And we're about to kick off with the LTA Fast 4 doubles. I'll explain the format in just a moment. Lily Hutchings and Sophia Johnson taking on Amelia Rajecki and Charlotte Russell here in this opening quarter-final here on centre court. Other matches going on around the grounds. I'm Rob Curling, alongside me Anna Smith once more. Anna, great to be alongside you again. How's it been this morning? You've been doing the women's final this morning in the singles. We
did. It was. It's nice to see a little bit of sun. It was quite overcast earlier, but the sun seems to have popped out and great conditions for a bit of doubles.
Indeed. And a win for the #1 seed in the women's singles.
Very convincing as well. Lily took the title 6-love, 6-2, played a incredibly solid match, so she'll be pretty happy, and I believe that she's back on court now.
Yeah, she's with Emily Appleton.
She is correct. Yeah. See if they can win another title.
Yeah, how about, as Cam Norrie did in the men's here a couple of weeks ago when he was partnered with Alistair Gray. So let's go through these teams and the format for the Fast 4 doubles. I think that is Amelia Rajecki. This pairing is the #2 seed with Charlotte Russell. Rajecki was also in action in the singles earlier on this week. 18 years old, from Nottingham, coached by Mark Taylor. And she's one of so many of these athletes who've been over in the USA, going through the collegiate system there. And she's partnered by Charlotte Russell, who's 18 years old, from Cheltenham. Her father, Pete, was a pro tennis player, apparently, is now a coach. And someone else who is set to go off to the American university system, well, in a few weeks' time, I imagine, towards the end of August, early September. So that's the #2 seeds here, Amelia Rajecki and Charlotte Russell. Over on the other side of the net, Lily Hutchings and Sophia Johnson. You might know a little bit more about these two than I do, Anne.
I do, actually. I believe it was last year that I went on an LTA camp with them, both to La Manga. So I got to spend about a week with them and see their games and help them out a little bit. So that was really good, and they're both great players. It'll be interesting to see what they can do here.
It will indeed. And they're quite young. Sophia is just 16, Lily 17. Just remind us which is which here of the two.
The one nearest the camera is Lily, and then the one on the far side is Sophia.
Okay, so Lily's with the visor. Right, let's just tell you about the format here. The LTA Fast 4. These are played as best-of-2 short sets, so it's the first of 4 games. There will be a tie-break at 3 games all. That's a 7-point tie-break. You better write this down now. And if you get to 1 set all, then a match tie-break, first to 10 points, will be played. So I'm going to test you on that, Anna. How does it work?
Tie-break at 3-all, no
good.
advantage scoring, and a match tie-break to finish.
Yeah, no ad scoring. That's another thing. And I think is it receiver's choice always on those?
Yeah, that's correct.
So when it gets to juice, the receiver can choose which side they want to receive that point from. Kath Lovell is in the chair for us today for this opening match here on centre court, opening match in the doubles. So we expect to get, 6 doubles matches on here? The 6th and final match will be the finals a little later on today.
Right of the chair, Lily Hutchings, Sophia Johnson. Left of the chair, Amelia Rajecki, Charlotte Russell. Team of Rajecki and Russell went to spin and chose to serve.
I think I heard that Rajecki won the toss and will be serving. So often in singles, particularly in the women's game, win the toss and elect to receive. And why is that? Because there's, well, why is that?
I think it very much depends on the player. You know, if someone has a strong serve, they like to stamp their authority on the game a little bit more, but sometimes it's quite nice to just go out and almost have a free swing. There's obviously no pressure on you to break serve, and if you do, it's sort of a bonus. So I tended to personally enjoy receiving. Whether I played singles or doubles, it just kind of let me get into the match a little bit more and just feel a little bit more relaxed and know there wasn't any pressure. So it very much depends on player to player and team to team.
Is it a sign that perhaps you don't have full confidence in your serve, or that it isn't necessarily a particular weapon?
Or that you have confidence in your returning. you know, there's different ways to look at it. I think a lot of the girls these days are very comfortable returning, and they have solid returns. So for me, I felt that my return was more my strength. So for me, it was just a better option, and I just like that a little bit more, having a free swing to go into the match with.
And of course, played Fed Cup doubles. You played Wimbledon. How many times at Wimbledon?
It just makes me feel old. Quite a few times, maybe eight or 9 times roughly,
Wow.
ish.
Was that a real highlight for you?
Yeah, it was always the highlight of my year. It was something that kind of, the novelty never wore off. There's something magical about that place and getting to play in front of a home crowd and a home Grand Slam. It was an amazing feeling.
And you probably got support there that you might not have got in many of your other tournaments, because it was Wimbledon and you were a home player.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it was. You ended up having the whole crowd cheering for you, even if they didn't really know who you were. It was just so nice to have that support. And yeah, it's an amazing place.
It is indeed. So here we go. We get underway. Ooh.
15 love.
Nice one from Jackie. Looking very comfortable. Both players, big smiles. Happy with that little start.
Does look like this wind is picking up as
I
we're
was just
going
gonna
by
say.
that London plane tree that we talked about a couple of weeks
Oh,
ago.
I've got some news for you on that.
Oh,
Love 15.
Yeah, the breeze has been a real factor here. Well, since we started 3 or 4 weeks ago on the British Tour, it's caused a lot of problems, particularly for the servers with the ball toss, hasn't it?
it really has, especially in the doubles format as well. You know, you don't have too much space to hit into, so with the wind playing havoc, it's making it pretty tricky for the servers and also the returners.
Because it is such a shortened format, do you approach this kind of doubles in a different way from maybe the full-length format?
Well, I think as we saw when we commentated on the men's doubles a couple of weeks ago, if you get off to a sluggish start, the set's pretty much almost over. So you almost have to be so warm when you go into it, because you can't afford to play 1 or 2 sloppy games, because all of a sudden you're sort of 3 love down and the set's pretty much done. So there does have to be probably an added emphasis on the concentration at the start of a set, not being able to sort of just ease your way in.
So it's a little like tie-break tens, but not as extreme.
Pretty much, yeah.
Or in fact, it's just like playing a tie-break almost, but as I say, it's where things can unfold very, very rapidly. Busy helicopter traffic you get here in Roehampton. We're not that far from Heathrow either, so a lot of additional noise. Well, that's a shame for Charlotte Russell.
Deciding point. Receiver's choice.
So no advantage. The receiver will now decide which side they wish to receive. What would that be based on, Anna?
I mean, I'd be surprised if they don't pick the advantage side after having served the double fault to that
Yeah.
side, but usually you just pick whoever's the most comfortable on the returning and who's been doing better.
First serve.
Go.
Game. Hutchins Johnson. First game.
So underway with a break of serve. Choice was to serve for Charlotte. They were going nicely initially, Charlotte and Millie, but a bit disappointed to have let that opening game slip by.
Yeah, they sort of let it slip through their fingers, and Sophia came up with a great return there on break point, got it deep, and there wasn't much that Charlotte could do with it. Saw that Lily was all over the net, so tried to overpress and just clip the top of the tape.
And how well would these players know their own games, both their playing partners and their opponents?
I think they're all obviously roughly of a similar age, so they'll know each other pretty well, and I'm sure they've played each other on numerous occasions, so they'll know their strengths and weaknesses, and it's just about implementing their game plan.
That's a huge return from Rajecki. She is a powerhouse. We watched her play singles the other day, and she's built for power, and she certainly makes the most of it.
She really is, and that's a huge asset in doubles as well. If you can really get a big hit on that return, it's putting so much pressure on the server again to come up with a great shot and take it away from the net player.
Oh,
Love 30.
that's a blistering shot.
I didn't think there was much space down the line, but she somehow managed to squeeze it down there.
Yeah, terrific. Well played.
Love 40.
This is working very nicely for the receiving pair here, Rajecki and Russell.
They make it look so easy when you hit a good return like that.
Yeah.
It's a simple 1-2 punch.
3 break points. Oh, off the racket.
Rajecki, Russell. 1 game all.
Well, that raced by that game, so they break straight back. Yeah, the play at the net, I think, was almost forced into sticking her racket out when perhaps if she had withdrawn it, she might not have got a touch on it and the ball may have drifted wide. We'll never know. It's Rajecki to serve.
Out. 15 love. Touchy love.
Yeah, Charlotte Russell given a few opportunities to put that one away.
Just wanted to play a few extra balls and have a bit more practice.
Oh, it's a super shot from Rajecki. Coming behind her opponent to slice that backhand volley through. Not an easy shot.
Not at all. When your partner's sort of ducking, you're trying not to hit them on the head. To be able to hit that for a winner was an impressive backhand.
Dead. First serve.
No ball kids, of course. The players having to retrieve balls themselves.
Salt. Salt. 14, 15.
Bit surprising from Rajecki. Yes, no ball kids, no line judges either, in the interests of keeping as few people on court as possible because of COVID. So the umpires have the huge responsibility, a very difficult job for them, calling all the lines from that from their chair. Oh, well played.
Game. Jackie Russell. Jackie Russell lead by 2 games to 1.
Yeah, they combine very nicely, these two.
Their game styles sort of complement each other well. The way that Amelia hits from the baseline, she's got such a big hit on her. It makes it so easy for Charlotte to sort of move and try and poach at the net. And you could see there, especially in that last return game as well, they did exactly the same thing. And it just makes it so hard when you're hitting it so flat and deep cross court to do anything with it. Either you have to try and throw up the lob or somehow string it down the line, which is an incredibly difficult shot. So I think that Sophia and Lily are going to have to try and do something different and try and assert their dominance on this match a little bit more, otherwise Amelia's sort of going to take over.
Yeah, and we saw how Charlotte Russell was able to execute exactly what you said, that threading that shot down the line, which was extremely effective. So, well, they are the number 2 seeds, Rajecki and Russell. So it's quite an opposition for Hutchings and Johnson. So it's Sophia Johnson, 16 years old, to serve at 1-2. Ooh, I think she just didn't quite get the timing right on that one.
I think
Charlotte
Lily was
Russell.
probably quite happy with that as well. You could see she was running backwards because Charlotte had a nice easy forehand there, so could have been painful.
Just drifting long, Rajecki.
30-15.
That's one you don't want to hoist up, with Rajecki dominating the net in the way she does.
Exactly, you definitely want to have a shout of back to your partner so they can at least try and duck for cover.
Unlucky.
40-30.
Yeah, is there a lot of verbal communication out there between players during points? I guess there has to be at times.
Yeah, I mean, if you're kind of going to lob someone and it's maybe not the best lob, you do want to give your partner a little bit of notice just in case. I think we might have a bit of rain out there, unfortunately.
Game. Hutchings Johnson. 2 games all.
So they've done well to get back to 2-all, Hutchings and Johnson. As you can see, Anna, absolutely right. I'm afraid that's not a parasol. Not today.
I wish.
And it really is very breezy. I mean, the only thing that is good about the breeze is it might just blow the rain through very quickly and out of the way. Russell getting things underway at 2-all.
Low 15.
Somehow sneak that on the line.
Yeah.
Great volley.
Terrific volley. Quick reactions are crucial. Is that an innate thing, something you're born with, or can you develop reaction speed?
I think you can definitely develop it. There are certain sort of drills that you can do to help it, but obviously you do sort of have to have that good coordination to start with.
I think there was a case in point where perhaps the reactions weren't quite quick enough, but boy, you really do have to be quick on occasion to get your racket in the right position, to get your feet in the right position.
Absolutely, you just half the battle's just being brave enough, and sort of if the ball hits you, you do have to take it.
When you were playing, where would you prefer to be, up the net?
I It depended on the day. I tended to prefer being up at the net. I felt that that was more instinctively my area of strength. But I was also pretty happy on the baseline. But to be honest, it depended on who my partner was and kind of how we complemented each other.
So it's another break of serve. Lily Hutchings and Sophia Johnson take a lead at 3-2. If they win the next game, they take the set. If it goes to 3-all, it'll be a standard tiebreak to 7 points. This is the LTA Fast 4 format, where I think we do play lets, but we don't play ads.
That's correct.
There are so many different variations to tennis scoring these days. And I think they all have their place, in fact, I think. And certainly simple format scoring, I'm not sure if I'd call this necessarily simple, but if you look at something like tiebreak tens, for example, is a great way for people playing social tennis to play a match, because it's very simple, straightforward scoring.
Definitely, you know, any way that they can get match playing is brilliant, I think.
Well, Hutchings and Johnson will be very pleased by the gifts they're being handed from the other side of the net here.
It's been quite a topsy-turvy set so far. You thought Rajecki and Russell had got a handle on it, and then all of a sudden 3-2 down. And great volley though from Amelia.
Terrific volley. Yeah. Sun's back out, rain is gone. Brilliant.
Let's hope it stays that way.
Indeed. Nothing's guaranteed, I fear.
30, 15.
Well, this is very much going the way of Hutchings and Johnson. They're just a couple of points away here from taking the set. Well, there's a great angle on the return. Although it didn't have too much on it, there was a chance that it could have come back with an even steeper angle.
It's interesting that you saw Lily go the slice backhand, and I was speaking to her just before they went on, and she said she's been struggling sort of with the best part of a year with a wrist injury, so that could be playing a part why she's not hitting over the backhand quite as much.
Oh, a little bit wild from Rajecki, but what a super rally.
It is. I'd quite like to see them try and come forward a little bit more. I think they're obviously also comfortable from the baseline, but I'd love to see someone take a short ball on and follow it to the net.
I was going to ask you about formations. We'll come on to that in a moment. So it is still set point. Well, she was trying to, lob the player at the net?
I don't know if that was her tactic. I think it sort of might have come off every part of the frame and sort of, yeah, she didn't hit it quite so cleanly as she wanted to, but an amazing turnaround from Sophia and Lily there. I think they were struggling a little bit at 2-1 down, and they sort of managed to find a way to get through that, so they'll be really pleased with that.
Yeah, it's a terrific start from them as the underdogs in this, playing the number 2 seeds. Yeah, just talking about that formation, and they both pairs seem to be playing what I would describe as a fairly traditional formation. They don't tend to play set up for the I formation, where the non-serving player might be sort of standing on the tee line. What are the thought processes around what formation you set up with?
It very much depends on what you feel comfortable with. You know, a lot of probably the younger girls who haven't played maybe as much doubles will sort of just revert back to the kind of standard formation, where you obviously have one at the net and one at the baseline, and rally cross court a little bit more. But obviously, the more they play and the more they practice it, they might start adding in a few I formations, like you said, incorporating, trying to poach a little bit more. But you kind of just have to play to your strengths, and if they don't know that too much, they might not feel comfortable doing it.
Oh, well played. Yeah, that's the other position of interest. The net player, whether how far forward they're standing, or whether they retreat a bit.
Yeah, you can see she had in terms of how close she was to the net, it was a good starting position. I'd love to see her a little closer to the centre line. I think she's covering the tram lines a fraction too much, and she was just a little bit braver. She could move over and help her partner out a little bit more.
A couple of weeks ago, Rajecki reached the semi-finals here in the singles of the British Tour. Played Maya Lumsden, the eventual champion that week, Scottish #1. Wow, that was a super rally and great net play from both sides.
It was. I would love to, in a sort of a rally like that where they're going forehands cross court, I'd love for someone to just be brave and sort of take a risk and try and move at the net a little bit more and just try and break up the play, because obviously Sophia feels comfortable, but it'd be nice to try and get her partner involved at the net a little bit more. I know she missed that one, but it's actually nice to see her try and move, and it does get into your returner's head a little bit. If you don't know when you're going to move, you don't feel quite as comfortable, you feel a little bit more pressure.
So this, of course, is game point. Well, that's an early break in the second set for Hutchings and Johnson. Things going really well for that pair. The #2 seeds will be getting a little jittery at this stage.
They will indeed. I think, you know, there hasn't been much between them. I think it's just that Sophia and Lily have just played the bigger points a little bit better. On the break points that they've had, they've been a little bit braver and kind of gone after it a little bit more. Haven't thrown in those sloppy errors, but now it's just a case of keeping that going, and this one's going to be an important one to see if they can keep the momentum and get another hold here.
So Sophia Johnson to serve at 1-love. Ball toss that end, probably really tricky. I think she's throwing it straight into the sun.
It is the combination of sun and a little bit of swirly wind.
Yes.
Not ideal serving conditions.
Oh, that's careless from Rajecki. She just seemed in two minds as to what she wanted to do with that one.
That's the tough part when you're not feeling quite as comfortable at the net. You sort of, do I get involved? Do I not get involved? And then you're sort of in between. You sort of have to be brave and decide pretty early whether you're going to make that move and sort of go for it. It's sometimes better to make a mistake but actually commit to it rather than kind of do what she did and be a little bit in between the two.
Oh. Well, that had everything in it. Very nearly striking her partner as well, Charlotte Russell. Chance to hold here for 2-love though. And they get it.
Great serve.
Terrific serve, and Rajecki and Russell just look, I think, a tad rattled here, don't they?
A little bit. They can't quite seem to get those 1-2 punches in like they were in the first set.
Now look at that.
Ball cans are flying everywhere.
This is so cruel. I think we're on the top of a mountain here, the amount of wind we get here at the National Tennis Centre. I think we've had more than our fair share over the weeks. So Charlotte Russell to serve to try and repair some of the damage here at love 2, trading by a set to love. Well played, Charlotte Russell. Got some depth on that shot.
She really did. She had Lily running all over the place. She did so well to stay in that point, but just couldn't quite reach that last forehand.
Now there's a little hand signal, I think, going on. Is that from, or maybe she's just scratching her back?
Let's pretend like it was a hand signal, shall we? I'm
It's
not
not,
sure.
is it?
The grabbing the shell. That's a new one to me. I haven't seen that one before.
Oh dear, I'll keep my mouth shut.
It's a good spot though.
Thanks.
I was impressed.
Help me out here, Anna. there are very much hand signals, aren't there? You do see from the net player. That clearly wasn't one of them. Well, if it was being completely ignored by her partner.
Maybe she meant just hit a big serve down the tee and
Look,
Sophia's going to make an error.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe she's just fooling us all. 30 love.
I'm pretty sure that serve was wide.
It looked a little wide, but umpire calling it in.
It's where the tricky part for the umpire comes in when they don't have a service line judge to do the tee. It's tricky when the net player is sort of standing right in your eyesight. You sort of almost have to guess a little bit.
Yeah, because they're not looking down the lines, of course, as a line judge would. You're looking across. So very difficult for the umpires. They've been doing a terrific job here these past few weeks. It's a great opportunity here for Russell and Rajecki to get on the score sheet in this second set.
Another brilliant return from Sophia. It's been what she's been doing the whole match, sort of just getting on top of those first serves and peppering the baseline.
Yeah.
It's not, Charlotte Russell's not been able to do anything with that.
Yeah, that ball was always going to go missing, wasn't it?
It really was. Over the fence and a good hold.
Yeah, a crucial hold for Rajecki and Russell, who need to try and now consolidate that and level things up. Oh, that's Richard Joyner doing something very athletic with the ball, because he didn't want to pick it up. So he was doing a little flick up with his foot. That's very clever. Richard is the tournament director. Also, he's done a terrific job, along with his colleagues here at the LTA, in staging these tournaments here behind closed doors. All in keeping with the COVID restrictions, of course. And as we've said time and again, just a terrific opportunity for so many players to get back to playing competitive tennis and to be earning some much needed prize money as well in these awkward times. Awkward times right now for Rajecki and Russell. They are on the scoreboard in this second set, but they trail by a set to love. And remember, it's the first of 4 games in the fast 4 format that wins the set. Lily Hutchings to serve at 2-1. That almost the most difficult shot of the rally, actually, isn't it? Because you've got so much time to think about what I'm going to do, so I'll put it in the net.
It is tricky. You're sort of second guessing yourself. Don't go cross court, don't go down the line, and then you don't end up doing anything.
Oh, she was just a little slow to move across to that one.
Again, she looked in 2 minds, just
Yeah.
sort of, you could almost sense it from here. She's like, shall I go, shall I go, shall I go? Okay, I'm going to go. And then it was just that split second too late.
Ah, that's more like it.
That's the commitment she needed on that forehand volley.
In many ways, it's probably slightly easier if the ball is coming back with a bit of pace on it, because you're literally down to reaction speed rather than being given too much time to think about it.
Definitely, sometimes it can almost be too dangerous to have time to think, because you can second guess yourselves, but there you just sort of have to go for it, and you
Oh,
don't have a
that's nicely
choice.
played. Charlotte Russell looking a little more comfortable than she has been. That's another super volley from her. And that's a break point opportunity. Oh, what a super serve. That's a great response. So we're at deuce, so the receivers will now decide which side they want this game point to be played from.
I'd be surprised if Amelia doesn't take this one. She's had quite a lot of success hitting those big ground strokes, and it looks like she's the one taking it.
Well done, Anna. Big tick for you.
I give myself a little pat on the back.
Didn't quite pay off. So, I mean, that is a big difference in this fast 4 format from 2-all to 3-1. And I'm really impressed with the way Hutchings and Johnson are playing with so much confidence here. So they have a chance here to win the match if they can break serve here. Well, if Rajecki continues to serve like that, there's a chance they just might.
They won't have to do much if she does. Maybe she's just feeling the pressure a little bit from these returns.
Oh, terrific play. I think that was just on the outside edge of the line.
Not quite sure how she got that last one back.
She's done well at the net, Charlotte Russell.
Great reactions.
Both those shots were pretty unorthodox, weren't they? But terrific reaction speed.
That's why you always get taught, don't hit it at the net player. Always try and hit it away from them so you don't give them any chance of getting it back.
That's the golden rule, is it?
Yeah, that's what I've had instilled in me many times over the years.
Yeah, a little long from Lily Hutchings. Now, can Rajecki make the most of this slender lead in this game? Remember, if Hutchings and Johnson win this game, they win the match. Russell deciding not to try and poach that one at the net, leaving it to her partner, which was a pretty simple forehand, really.
Yeah, it would have been a lot easier if Charlotte had taken that volley. She didn't really help her partner out too much there, but it's kind of been what's been happening. They've kind of given themselves chances, but they haven't really looked to dominate the net.
Match point. Well, they've got it.
Game set match. Hutchins, Johnson.
Well, that is a terrific win for Lily Hutchings, 17 years old, and 16-year-old Sophia Johnson. They put out the number 2 seeds in a straight sets win here in the Fast Four doubles format. They were impressive, weren't they? Didn't they look confident?
They did. They were very clinical. I was slightly worried when you sort of in.
Lovely smile there. They can't quite believe it either, I don't think.
No, I think they're quite surprised. I did speak to them before their match, and they said it was going to be a really tough game, and they were expecting a hard match. So to come out so convincingly, I think they'll be really pleased, and you can see the smiles on their faces. They're happy about it.
Yeah, it's really nice to see. And you can see how quick these matches can be. We've got through that in probably around half an hour or so. So they move through to what is the semi-finals in this event. Rajecki and Charlotte Russell will continue to battle out in the other side of the draw for the defeated pairs. So there's still more tennis for them to play. And our next match here will be a men's doubles quarter-final of the Indian pairing of Vijay Sundar Prasanth and Diviz Sharan. They're the number 1 seeds, and they're up against Michael Shaw and Barnaby Smith, who was in a huge battle in the men's singles semi-finals here yesterday against Henry Patton. Patton losing to Charles Broome in the final of the men's singles a little bit earlier this morning out on court 1. So as we just see some replays, that is dangerous. The loose ball at the back of the court. You really don't want to see anyone turning an ankle.
No, I've seen a couple of players do that over the years, and it's not pleasant. I have to say, she was very close there.
It really was, yeah. That's another thing the umpire needs to be calling, is any loose balls on the court. And sometimes you just don't see them.
Sometimes the wind sort of just picks them up in the middle of a point, and you know, they sort of get blown, and it does make it pretty dangerous. She was lucky she didn't do any damage there.
Well, there we are. Terrific win then for Hutchings and Johnson. So we'll just take a short break as we wait for this men's quarter-final between Vijay Sundar Prasanth and Diviz Sharan, and Michael Shaw and Barnaby Smith. Welcome back to the action here at the LTA National Tennis Centre at Roehampton in southwest London, and to this men's doubles quarter-final in the LTA Fast Four doubles. We've just seen the first of our women's doubles quarter-finals. They can go by pretty quickly. We've got a couple of great pairings here in our shot now. It's the Indian pairing of Divish Sharan in the bright green, and his playing partner is Vijay Sundar Prasanth. They're the #1 seeds in this competition, so we can expect some cracking stuff. We've also got a left-right combo, which is always a good combination to have on the doubles court. But they're up against the British pairing of Michael Shaw and Barnaby Smith. They're on the other side of the net. I'm wondering what sort of physical state Barnaby Smith will be in. Anna Smith, no relation, is alongside me, a doubles expert, Fed Cup team player, played at Wimbledon countless times. But Barnaby Smith yesterday was involved in a really grueling men's singles semi-final with Henry Patton, which they were actually playing indoors because the weather was so badly behaved yesterday. But he was running down absolutely everything, Barnaby Smith, and he was unfortunate not to come away with the win. So hopefully he will have got over that mentally and emotionally. In terms of physically, well, we'll maybe see here. But what about this pairing? I think they're going to entertain us, aren't they, Anna?
I think they are. I've seen Divish play numerous times, and he's got incredibly quick reactions. I'm not quite sure how he does it. We were talking about reactions in the previous match, and I'm sure he's going to impress us because, oh yeah, I've never seen hands quite like it.
They're very much the senior pairing here. We've just seen a 16-year-old and a 17-year-old in Lily Hutchings and Sophia Johnson in the previous match. Well, Vijay on the far side in the black, he's 33, but Divish is a really old man, 34 years old.
He's got a little bit of grey in the beard.
So here's the other pairing. Barnaby Smith is nearest to us. I was going to say in the white cap, but they're both wearing white caps. So Barnaby's in the blue shirt. This is him, just coming to say hello to us. And he won't be giving up the chase. I think we're going to see a really good battle here. I don't know too much about his playing partner, Michael Shaw. Apart from that, he's 21 years old. He's been studying at Loughborough University. It's from Milton Keynes in Buckinghamshire. And I suspect this will be quite different in many ways from the match we've just seen here in the women's. I think there's going to be a lot of very hard striking of the ball. Having seen Barnaby Smith in action yesterday, boy does he strike it well.
I can't imagine there's going to be too many rallies, I have to say. These guys will spend a lot of time at the net, serving, volleying, looking to come forward. So yeah, it'll be pretty different to what we just saw from the women's, who are happy to spend more of their time on the baseline. But it should be exciting.
I think it will be. Divish in the bright green, the mint green. Let's call it mint. It's a nice colour. He won gold in the men's doubles at the 2018 Asian Games. Also represented India in the Davis Cup. Jacob Miles in the chair with the difficult job of line calling. I think it really will be a tall order here with the speed of the ball. And they'll be peppering the lines, these two pairings, I'm sure. And on the other side of the court, Vijay. He won gold in the Asian Indoor Games about 3 years ago. And took the silver, that was in the doubles, representing India. And won silver against a fellow Indian whose name I can't remember in the singles. That was in Turkmenistan, Ashgabat, the Asian Indoor Games. And I've just managed to catch up with Vijay to tell him that I'm so pleased that I was actually there giving the English-speaking announcements for the tennis to an audience of Turkmenis, none of whom understood English. So my role there was pretty pointless.
I'm sure you did brilliantly anyway.
No, the mix-up came when my fellow announcer, who was Turkmeni, was given the wrong instructions or had the wrong translations for the announcements he was supposed to make, like trying to tell the crowd please to stay quiet and stay seated during rallies. What he was actually saying, that we didn't discover until day 3, please go and get as much merchandise as you can and book tickets for future events. We only discovered when we actually asked someone else who spoke both Turkmeni and English what it was he was actually saying. So yeah, it was a very interesting and entertaining event, needless to say, on the court. It was quite a variable standard, men's and women's. I think India, my memory serves me right, were by far the strongest team in both the men's and the women's game. Now Divic is very much, well, of course he's welcome here, but he has a very interesting tie-in with someone we know quite well here, doesn't he?
He does. His better half, I shall say.
Hello.
No, not at all. Yeah, he actually married one of our British tennis players, Samantha Murray, last summer. They've been together for many years and finally tied the knot.
Ah,
So
super.
she sat courtside, I believe. Maybe the cameras will pick her up. She's just off to the side on the right-hand side.
In that coral-coloured cardigan. Would you call that coral?
Slight pinkish sort of colour. She actually had a sort of a greenish top matching Divic's earlier, but she's covered it up and gone for the pink instead.
Oh, doesn't want to show sides. And she's taken Divic's name now. So she's Sharon Murray or Murray Sharon?
Murray Sharon.
Murray Sharon. I think she's possibly suffering from injury. I know she was supposed to be playing, or due to be playing, in one of the British Tour events a couple of weeks ago. I know she had to pull out from that. So we wish her a speedy recovery. So here we are, ready to get underway in this Fast 4 men's quarter-final, and it's Shaw to serve. Oh, a good play.
Nice to see some serve and volley and poaching at the net. Again, you saw the quick reactions from Divic, making them play another volley.
Yeah, Smith doing well to play the winner there. So 3 game points to the British pair. Oh, that's cheeky. I think he's apologising. He doesn't mean it, of course.
No, not in the slightest. But exactly what you want on a game point. It's a great move, though.
Absolutely. And of course, once you've collided with the net as well, that would be the point given away. But well done to Barnaby Smith. He had quite a few net cords in his single semi-final yesterday. So it's a good hold for Michael Shaw to get the British pairing off the mark. Just a reminder, it's the best of 2 short sets, the first of 4 games, and a match tiebreak of first to 10 points should it be required if we get to 1 set all. So Vijay is going to open up the serving for the Indian pairing at love 1.
First I formation of the day.
Ah, well spotted. Yes. Thank you.
With those dodgy hand signals you were talking about, I believe.
Oh, look at how easily he put that away. It's exactly what you were talking about earlier on.
You can see there when the I formation is played perfectly well. You have the net play disguise where they're going to go, and the net player, or the returner rather, doesn't know. So when you guess, you literally have the volley on your racket and you can just knock it away.
Oh, lovely. It's exquisite, isn't it? It's just a gentle little touch, just to nudge it over the net at an angle, so your opponent just doesn't stand a chance of making any contact.
I think that also when you play I formation, I think some people think that you have to cover so much more of the court than you actually do. I think you saw on that previous point that the Divic was pretty much in the middle of the court, and there was no way that the returner can get it past him, and he doesn't have to cover much. It just makes it look so simple.
He's getting everything at the moment, Divic. Lightning fast reactions, just as Anna was explaining. Michael Shaw in your picture there, getting ready to receive from VJ. 3 points to hold and level. The Divic backhand volley perhaps not looking quite as comfortable as the forehand.
Almost looked like he was anticipating the forehand and had to just reach over and took that backhand volley a little bit late. Smart play though, going back behind.
What are they talking about here?
I want to say tennis, and I'm going to assume tennis, but I know in past experience when I've done it, I haven't always been talking about tennis, but I'm going to go where they're going to serve.
Oh, super serve. Yeah, it's a great way to seal that game. First service game for VJ. Now let's see what Barnaby Smith can unleash. Ooh, might have been able to let that one go, Michael Shaw. It wasn't far away, but I guess if you're not sure, you have to play it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that might have just crept in, but it's a great return and a great low volley, to be fair. And then he just sort of snuck it down the line and just over the net. That's one way to win a point as well.
There's a little hand signal. I'm sure. Oh, too long. The stands here, you see, are for the Battle of the Brits team tennis, which gets underway here tomorrow. A lot of setting up going on this week around this competition. Smith and Shaw perhaps a little fortunate there that the Shaw smash didn't have an awful lot on it.
They did well to keep in that point. I thought they were sort of under in that. And then somehow they managed to turn it around.
Any ideas what's going on there?
Maybe down the tee and he's going to stay.
Oh, that's a shame. Was that what you then saw?
No, because I couldn't quite see his fingers. So I sort of guessed that he was going down the tee, but I think he did indicate that he was going to go wide, but he did stay, so I got half of it right.
So who controls this then? Because the hand signal is coming from the player at the net. Just let Smith serve this one out. Oh, sure, very lucky there. As a narrow squeak.
So it'll be the net player will obviously give the hand signals to the server. The server will then say yes and no as to whether he agrees with what the server's partner's saying. So it's pretty much the server who will dictate what he wants to do.
Well, that's well played. Bring it back to deuce. But they've already had a conversation as they are here. So what more is there to be added?
Sometimes they won't discuss what they're going to do. They might have just talked about the previous point.
Okay.
And as you can see there, I don't think they had well, I think they probably decided there, but sometimes they won't necessarily decide.
Well, they got out of jail there, the British pair, doing well. And set up by a really good serve from Smith. And a decisive smash from Michael Shaw. So the British pair just managed to hold for the 2-1 lead. Now, we haven't seen Divish serve yet, the left-hander. Have you seen his service action?
I have.
Is it useful?
It's very handy. A lot of slice to it, that's for sure. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was a slice down the tee to start with.
Oh, right. Let's see. We're putting money on this.
We'll put a coffee on it, shall we?
What a great idea. There it is. So Divish then, just gathering the balls, stepping up to serve at 1-2. Well played. Well, the coffee's all yours. Well done.
Great.
That's
My coffee's run out, so it's perfect.
Absolutely spot on. What a call from Anna Smith, who wins the coffee.
I'm going to go slider out wide again here. Should we do double or quits?
Well, I think I'd say the same. Oh, neither of us are right. Good return.
Just wasn't quite enough in the body, and it was just in the strike zone, so he could just get a clean hit on that down the line. That's the danger of doing I formation when the serve's not good enough. I think he'll be annoyed at that one. It looked like it was just on his racket and just pushed it wide when he had quite a lot of the court to aim for.
Oh, Smith?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see there he's just telling himself what he should have done, but got a clean hit on that.
Similarly from Shaw. Looked a little long. Yeah, it's been called long. Oh, my word. Did that actually hit VJ? He's smiling.
I think he's down and out. I think, yeah, he took one right to the shoulder.
Goodness me, I'm glad it wasn't his head.
It's pretty close to being his head, I think.
It's a dangerous game playing at the net.
Oh,
Oh, that's when quick reactions come in useful, just to save your skin. So
Think-
4:30, still game point. Oh, that wasn't far away from Shaw, but there is that slice from the ad court from the left-handed serve. It's always so effective. Yeah, interesting. So it really is a slice serve. There's not much in the way of power from Divish on his service game.
not at all. I think that's something that people can get too caught up in. It, you know, people tend to focus a lot on how hard you hit the serve, but with a serve like that and how much slice they can get on it, if it's always moving away, it's so hard to get it in your strike zone when it's like that. So it actually makes it easier for the net person. Great point there from Michael Shaw.
Oh, it's a super shot from Divish. Real depth.
Took it so early as well, didn't give the net player a chance. Was still getting up from his eye formation when that whiz past him.
My goodness me. I mean, that was such a good serve, but Vijay getting an incredible angle on that return.
Not quite sure how cleanly that came off the racket.
Oh, really? You think it was a slight miss hit, do you?
I do think
That
it was
helps it's on its way.
just a touch off the frame.
Ah.
Gave him a little bit of an edge, otherwise I'm not quite sure how to manage that angle, but it
No,
worked out.
It looked pretty impossible. So I'm sure they'll take everything they get. 15:30. Good poaching from Vijay. Gives them 2 break points here for a 3-2 lead with Vijay to serve next. Could be very useful indeed here for the Indian team. Ooh, trying a half volley from the baseline is never a great idea.
It's a great return though. Managed to keep it at his feet, but that's the danger when you do the eye formation and go the wrong way. The time it takes for the server to cover the court. The ball's at his feet and he's having to play an incredibly hard half volley.
So what's the advantage of the eye formation then?
So if you play it right and the returner hits it to you, you kind of don't have to cover as much court, but then obviously if they do get it past you, it does make it tricky. But for the most part, you know, it's basically to give the net player the easiest volley possible.
So Vijay Sundar Prasanth about to serve for the set at 3-2. Bit of a mix-up at the net there between the Indian pairing.
It's the perfect target to go for. You know, I always got taught that I think some people get caught up in trying to hit angles and trying to hit winners, but the most important thing is just trying to get it through that middle and not give the volleyer another angle. It just makes it easier for you rather than having to try to cover so much court.
These are great tips, Anna.
I'm giving away all my secrets here.
Two fingers down, I'm glad to say, from Barnaby Smith. I'll ask you to comment on that in a moment, Anna. Oh, well played.
I'm not sure that was
No.
quite what he wanted his partner to do.
That presumably would be a signal as to how you're going to split or formate after the return. Is that what-
It could be where he wants a returner to return. So, for example,
Ah,
whether he wants to
okay.
go cross court or down the line, especially if they're doing I formation.
This is wonderful stuff. And I have to say, the British pairing did so well to stay in the rally for as long as they did, because Shaw's movement actually opened up the court completely.
You thought there were a couple of chances for Vijay and Divic to put away the volley, but they're almost like they're on a piece of string. They kind of, one moves, the other moves, they move together, so there's no space on the court. So hard for Michael and Barnaby to find a way through.
That's a great serve again from Vijay. Sets up set point. I guess that's the great thing about playing regularly with the same partner, that it almost becomes
Telepathic.
telepathic, exactly.
To a certain extent, it does. You get so used to what the other person's going to do on the court that you kind of know what you have to cover and what they have to cover.
Oh, how much did the British pair deserve that? That was a super backhand volley on the run from Barnaby Smith.
Picked the hardest shot to do and executed it impeccably.
Still set point.
2 set points
Two
with
set
this
points. No.
scoring system.
Absolutely right. Ooh. So Prashanth serves out the set. The number 1 seeds take the lead in a highly entertaining encounter here between the number 1 seeds, Vijay Sundar Prashanth and Divic Sharan of India against Michael Shaw and Barnaby Smith, the British pairing, who've done really well here. And there is
Samantha.
thank you, Samantha in the pink.
Just moving a little closer to get a better view of this doubles.
Yeah, maybe get a message to her husband.
Saying, hurry up, I'm getting cold.
Yeah, one of the other formations you occasionally see in doubles is where the server's partner will set up at the net on the same side as the server is serving from, which seems that you're leaving a huge amount of the court open. Maybe that's only in social doubles, I don't know.
The Australian formation.
It is, isn't
Yeah.
it?
No, I have seen quite a lot of pairs do that. To be honest, it's basically just to get the ground strokes strongest shot in. So, for example, if you're playing on the deuce side and that person's or the server's favourite shot is the backhand, it just means that they can go directly to the backhand rather than having to worry about changing direction or anything. So it's all about being smart and playing to your strengths. And that's, I think, what doubles is about. Sometimes people try and play different ways and think, oh, I should play this way and that way. But ultimately, if it is not to your strength, it's just silly. So that's just another option that people can have.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing as Michael Shaw to his partner Barnaby Smith. Fantastic pickup from his toes.
Is it me, or are there a few spots of rain coming down again? I'm trying not to jinx it.
A lot of late swing on that serve, Barnaby Smith. Was nowhere near the service court, unfortunately, but it's pretty impressive. No, well played, Michael Shaw.
Helps when you have such long levers to be able to cover so much of the court there. Just flung his racket out.
Yeah, he did well. Well, we've got rain and sun. There might be a rainbow somewhere.
It's looking pretty dark in the distance though.
That is black, isn't it, that cloud? But well served out, Barnaby Smith, to get the second set underway. We had a little visit from Greg Rosetsky a couple of minutes ago, who's popped in to say hello. He's the captain, or co-captain, of the Union Jacks team in the Battle of Britain's team tennis event, which gets underway here tomorrow. Captaining alongside Judy Murray, the team which consists of both Andy and Jamie. It's a great lineup for both teams tomorrow. The British Bulldogs, the other team, captained by Anne Keirthawong and Leon Smith, the Fed Cup and Davis Cup captains respectively. Be some great mixed doubles to look forward to in that. Back here then, with Divish serving at love one.
There's so much yeses going on the court, I can't keep up.
Vijay's running the risk of being in the wars again here at the net. Nearly got one in the head from, I think it was Barnaby Smith earlier on in the match when he's at the net this end. And his partner nearly getting him from behind. Oh, here we go, high formation.
I think you might need to duck down just a touch further on this one.
Oh, that's a great return from Shaw. They are being given a little bit of time on Divij's serve, aren't they?
Especially if he's not hitting his spots quite as well as he can. Gives them a pretty free strike on a return, and as you can see, when they have time, they can do some serious damage.
Oh, it's interesting here. Love 40. So can Shaw pull off another winning return from here? Give them a 2-love lead. See how strong that breeze is out there, playing on the shirt of Divish Sharan. Oh, that's another double fault from the Indian pair. And that gives the British pairing of Shaw and Smith a valuable 2-love lead in this second set. And if Shaw can serve out here, well, they're well on their way to levelling up this match and taking us through to a match tiebreak. So Shaw serving at 2-love, trailing by a set to love. I think a ball has just arrived from a neighbouring court, which has been dispatched by Divish Sharan. Oh, that's beautifully played by Shaw.
That's the toughest shot in the book, going over the highest part of the net. It's a good return as well.
Yes, it was. I pretty much played it off his toes, Shaw. Look at this. Really is quite brave.
Look how low he kept as well. That's the key to half volleys, keeping that racket on the same path and keeping that head level.
Great return from Divish Sharan. Quite a big point, this one.
Eye
Moving
formation
position.
it is.
Ah. Well, that's paid off.
Another great half volley. It seems to be a speciality.
That's quite a shot to have as your speciality, isn't it?
Absolutely.
word.
Probably one of the hardest shots in the game to play, and he's played two brilliant ones.
Yeah, he's been on the move both times while he's played it too, hasn't he? So 30-15. That is absolutely dispatched with as much venom as you could possibly put into any kind of shot. Set up beautifully from the serve, though. Terrific serve. Look at that from Barnaby Smith. And the British pairing do really seem to be warming to their task here in this second set. I'm not sure if that's landed yet.
It's probably create a hole in the back fence.
Missed opportunity for the British pairing there. Michael Shaw's played so well in this service game of his, but that time just losing sight of that smash. Still with a point though. Or two. Great serving. And that's a really healthy lead for Shaw and Smith in this second set. 3 games to love. Remember, first to 4 takes the set. The Indian pairing taking that opening set. So odds on, I'd thought we could be heading for a match tiebreak. Is that a great assessment of the way this match stands at the moment, do you think, Anna?
I think that's a pretty fair assumption. I'd be surprised if we don't see a match tiebreak out here unless something drastically changes. But they fully deserved it. They've come out and played really well. All guns blazing. It's been a nice blend of finesse and kind of brute force out here. The Indian pair will at least want to make them have to serve for it. Don't want to be giving away their serve too easily here.
Indeed. PJ served pretty well, pretty solidly.
The two fingers down, and then there's like a little sort of tapping of the fingers. I have absolutely no idea what that means.
I wonder if they do.
I wonder if it means that he's going to fake at the net. Try
okay.
and bluff them. That's about as good a guess as I've got anyway.
Well, it's better than anyone else's. Oh, a little fortunate, but it was a terrific first serve. So it looks like they will be asking the serve it out question of the British pairing here. Oh, well played. Perfect doubles combining there. So the British pair with a real chance here to take this through to a match tiebreak against the #1 seeds. And then it's anyone's guess as to which way this match might go. It's going to be Barnaby Smith to try and close out this set. Oh, Smith not holding back, and perhaps what would have been a better shot apart from one that went over the net.
I don't actually think he went for the wrong shot. I think the one down the middle was the right play. I just think he sort of tried to overplay it a little bit. You know, you could see Divic after that first volley was on the back foot. He didn't really kind of need to go for too much more, but he tried to add pace when he didn't need to, and he's given them a little sniff here at love 30.
Certainly has. He really doesn't want to let this game slip by.
He needs to try and get back to finding those first serves like he did there. Well, this format of the game, things can level up very quickly. Oh, it's a You're doing exactly as you said, Anna. Exactly. It's exactly what you need, a big first serve. It's probably going to want another 2 more of those.
So back at level pegging in this game at 30 all now. It's just gone long.
Why would you lob at 30 all?
Well,
That's
Anna,
a very good question, Barnaby.
why does he ask that question?
I think, to be honest, I don't think there was too much space to actually be able to lob into. I think especially in these swirly conditions as well, lob is probably the hardest shot to go for. You know, if I'd have been him, I probably would have looked to make them play a couple of volleys and then try and create a little bit more space, because I'm not sure the lob was on.
So 30-40 break point. Oh, Shaw has pulled out an absolute beauty there at the net.
I'm not quite sure how they managed to get that point. Divic and Vijay had done so well, and you look like they were in control. Brilliant.
Really, really beautifully played. And Michael Shaw saving his team on this occasion. They've clawed it back to deuce. Next point wins the game, remember. If it goes the way of Sean Smith, it's also the set. Very much is the set. So we are into match tie-break territory now, which is the first to 10 points by a lead of 2. Do you think this match tie-break, favours either one of these two pairings, Anna?
You tend to think it would favour the more experienced team. They know how to kind of win these matches. But again, it's a toss of a coin, really. I think the start of it is going to be crucial. If you can get out to an early lead, it does give you quite a lot of momentum. But, you know, people think that a tiebreak is over pretty quickly. But when it's a 10-point match tiebreak, it's actually a lot longer than you think, and you do have time to turn it around. But it's always nice to get those first couple of points under your belt.
Yes, it does have quite a different feel to it, doesn't it, from the usual 7-point tiebreak. So the match tiebreak is where we are. It'll be one serve for the Indian pairing with Divish Sharan to get this match tiebreak underway.
Dominating start there.
It's going to be Barnaby Smith to open up the serving from the British end. Well, Shaw is playing some pretty heroic stuff at the net here in this match.
Kept in that point.
Yeah, sure did.
Great move by Divish there. Great return by VJ. You can see that he got depth on, so he shifted across.
So 2-1 then to the Indian pairing this end. The VJ serve. Oh, missed opportunity there from Barnaby Smith. Probably wasn't too difficult a shot for him.
It was a good move. I think they did well to keep the volley low, so it wasn't an easy poach for him, but it was nice to see him do that, but just fractionally missed it.
Three-one. So a 4-1 lead then sounds pretty big, but as you were saying, Anna, in the 10-point tiebreak, it's not as devastating perhaps as it might look.
Not at all. It's one mini break. If Shaw and Smith manage to hold on to these two serves, you know, it's already 4-3 and they get one break point back on the Indian serve. All of a sudden it's 5-all, so it's very much in it still.
That's a great smash from Barnaby Smith. He was backpedaling a little bit to get into position, and he really struck that well.
It's in the air for a long time as well. They're tricky normally, but a great smash just out of the reach of Divish there.
Well, done exactly what you suggested they should do.
Now all they need to do is just get one of these points on their serve and they'll be back into it.
Yeah, I think it's Divic, isn't it, who's serving now. And you've seen that they've been able to capitalise on some of the slightly shorter balls from him. Doesn't quite have the power behind his serve that his partner VJ does, but he does have a lot of spin on them. He was going for that slice out wide as well.
I think he might be returning down the line. He did, but he just went a little bit too big on it. You could see that huge wind up on the forehand. I'm not quite sure that was the right shot to go for. He was so far behind the baseline.
So what can Smith do here to try and narrow the gap? Well, it's a pretty decent serve from Divic Sharan, but Smith frustrated that he couldn't have done a little bit better on that.
I think they'll be annoyed that they didn't put any of those returns into play. They did well to get back to 4-3 and then to give away 2 sloppy errors. It's not something you can do in these match tie breaks. You've got to be solid on every point.
Yeah, they're still going to be coming from behind, aren't they, even if they get both points here. Just a reminder, first to 10 in the match tie break. Oh, that's a terrific second serve. Very gutsy.
Kicked it off into the side fence. It's
Yeah.
a pretty good effort.
Yeah, he's not one to hold back, I don't think, Barnaby Smith. He pretty much goes for everything. And we saw this very much in his match yesterday with Henry Patton in the men's singles semi-final. Oh, that's an unusually loose shot from VJ, who actually does better with the boot. Well, Smith and Shaw doing everything they could there, and everything they needed to do. They still have this 1-point deficit. And VJ's serve might just cause them a few more problems. He certainly hopes so. Serving now at 6-5.
I think he's going cross court on this return.
Well, whatever it was, it worked.
He didn't hold back on that, that's for sure. The fact he missed that previous forehand return did not put him off. He wound up again and Divic just couldn't handle it.
No, indeed, and 6-all now. Things have really turned around. VJ and Divic were 4-1 up at one stage in this match tie-break. But Shaw and Smith have clawed it right back. One more serve to come from VJ. Pretty crucial point, this one. So VJ serving to Barnaby Smith. Oh, well played.
Could see exactly what Divic was going to do there. To again, just didn't have to move very much away from that centre service line. Just had an easy volley on top of the net. I always used to get taught on I formation that 80% of the return should go down the line.
Oh, right.
Actually gives you kind of a bigger target to go for, and it's harder for the net player. As you can see there, when you return cross court, you don't have much to aim for.
No. Oh, lightning reactions from VJ. Terrific play. Oh, it really was beautifully played, and it's a big point on the Shaw serve. A 2-point gap now for Prasanth and Sharan. Oh, that's a huge point from Shaw. Absolutely sublime. Getting down to his ankles to play a beautifully angled cross-court shot here. Look at that.
That half volley again.
Yeah.
That's an incredible forehand drop shot. The way he manages to stay so low and keep it so low over the net. On such a big point as well.
Yeah, huge. Not out of the woods yet, though, Shaw and Smith. Divish serving at 8-7. Just long. Oh, that is mighty smart. That is really, really clever from Divish. And he sets up match point.
Wasn't necessarily the quickest serve, and I think he threw the ball toss quite far over his head, so I think he assumed that he was going to go out wide and just sort of deceived him and snuck it down the tee instead.
Very clever. What can Smith do here? Oh, that's just what he didn't want. And Smith is capable of such a great forehand. I think maybe nerves came into that one, but the Indian pairing, the #1 seeds, come through a highly entertaining match. In the match tiebreaker, the #1 seeds, Vijay Sundar Prasanth and Divish Sharan, are through against Michael Shaw and Barnaby Smith of Great Britain. But terrific entertainment out there on the doubles court.
Welcome back to Centre Court at the National Tennis Centre. It is finals day of the LTA British Tour return to elite competition. This is week 4, the final leg of this swing of LTA events. There are, though, more to come in August and September. We are going to be concentrating on the women's doubles semi-final here on Centre Court, but there are matches on courts 1, 5 and 6 around the National Tennis Centre. You can watch those on the LTA's social channels, on their YouTube channel and Facebook page. And it is getting a little busier around the courts here as players and captains are arriving for the Battle of the Brits team tennis event, which starts tomorrow. We'll have more on that in a moment. But this semi-final, and in your picture, the top seeds, Lily Maizaki and Emily Appleton, and they are facing Tiana Fox and Lillian Mould, looking for a place in the week 4 doubles final. I'm Carthy, and alongside me is Fed Cup player Anna Smith, and this is going to be interesting to see how particularly Maizaki does, having already won the singles title this morning alongside Emily Appleton in this doubles semi-final now.
She should be high on confidence after her brilliant performance earlier, and also the fact that a couple of weeks ago they took the title as well, so they'll have a lot of experience of playing together, and they were a formidable pairing, what I saw, so it should be an interesting one here, and their opponents are going to have to play well to get the better of them.
Their opponents are here. Tiana Fox, in your picture at the moment, 17 years old, an ITF junior ranking of 905, right-handed player. And she is alongside Lillian Mould, who is at the University of Oregon in her freshman year. She was a very promising junior. And we've discussed the American route that a lot of players are taking, so this partnership is Fox and Mould, and they're going to have to work pretty hard to do anything against the top seeds. They came through their first round match here in the doubles 4-3, 1-4, 10-7. They put out Rona Cook and Arabella Moen. So that's quite a tough match already that they've had, and now they face Emily Appleton and Lily Maizaki, who came through their first round match 4-1, which probably won't surprise you, Anna.
Not in the slightest. I can't see anyone beating these two, but it'll be interesting to see what they can bring to the court. Obviously they had a tricky match earlier in the day, which can sometimes be a good thing. You don't want to sometimes have the easiest of matches. You want to get into that competitive spirit as quickly as possible, but you do think that Emily and Lily will have to be firm favourites out here, and Tiana and Lily are going to have to do something to stop them.
Emily McGuinness is our umpire in the chair. If you just heard her explaining the fast 4 doubles format, if you weren't watching a little earlier on for the other matches we've been showing you this afternoon with Rob Curling and Anna Smith. The LTA fast 4 doubles format is the best of 2 short sets, the first to 4 games. If it's 3-all, we will have a tie-break, the usual tie-break of first to 7 points, and if it is 1 set all, then we will have a match tie-break first to 10 points. Am I right so far?
Absolutely, spot on.
There are lots of different formats around these days, aren't there? This is the LTA fast format, which means that we've got no ad scoring. That's the main other difference from the usual scoring system. But there are different fast 4 scoring systems. There are different tie breaks in the different Grand Slams. I think all 4 Grand Slams have got different scoring systems now, haven't they?
They do. I think I struggle to keep up with all of them. I think some have tie breaks at 6-all in the 3rd set, and some have long sets, so it's it's tricky to keep up with everything.
Yeah. The scoring system is a thing of beauty, I feel, in tennis with the game scoring system, but there are lots of different ways of finishing a match when you get to 3 sets or 5 sets. That's a beautiful picture of the National Tennis Centre, the London plane tree. If you've listened to Rob Curling over the last few weeks on the LTA British Tour Return to Elite Competition commentary, you will know all about that tree. The National Tennis Centre, I can hear him chuckling in the background. A very famous tree, made famous by Rob Curling. And
We
the
should
tennis
have his
centre-
initials
it should
engraved in it, or a little
go
plaque.
carve his initials in the tree. I don't think that's allowed. It's a very special tree, which is why the tennis centre has been built around it. As the players come back out, ready for the first set of this semi-finals in the women's doubles event of the LTA British Tour Return to Elite Competition Week 4. It is all behind closed doors. The players, as you can see, have got 2 very long benches. The players themselves will be retrieving all the balls. There are no ball kids. There are no line judges. The umpire will be calling the lines. Fast and furious, I think, is the way to describe fast four doubles. Is that right?
I was going to say that's a better way to call it than the fast four. It sounds a little bit more edgy, doesn't
I
it?
think somebody else has already taken that title somewhere. Sounds a bit familiar. Right, here we go with the women's doubles semi-final.
Lovely volley to start there. Great return. Great move at the net.
Well, this is the opposite to what we were expecting. Great shot there. Mould seizing the opportunity to go down the line, just spotting that Miyazaki had moved slightly.
That's a better point from the top pairing. Just been a little bit passive on the other 2 points.
As you were saying, maybe the longer match that Fox and Mould had in their quarterfinals to get to this point might have played them in a little bit better as a pairing.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes it's easy to get a little bit complacent when you've had such a comfortable victory. That's more like it.
We saw some lovely touch from Miyazaki earlier on in her women's singles final, where she beat Grace Piper, 17-year-old, who'd done very well to get to the final. 6-love, 6-2, Miyazaki came through that. So this is what we were saying about no ad scoring in this fast four doubles format. Receiver chooses which side they want to receive. A break of serve to start. Appleton and Miyazaki dropping a game, and that's pretty unusual for Miyazaki apart from anything else. This pairing here, Fox and Mould, have done something that we haven't seen this week.
That's true. They're impressive the way they started that game. I think they look to play a little bit more on the front foot than Emily and Lily. They kind of look like they were a bit passive and a bit casual in that first game. And Lillian came up with some great returns. Might even have been a serve and volley there, it looked like.
Yeah.
I like to see that.
Little taps of the racket instead of the usual fist pump or tap of the hands that doubles players do. Everything's a little bit different, isn't it, at this tournament?
It is a little bit, but it's nice to still see that camaraderie. She's got a big first serve out there. I have to say, I haven't seen her play before, but she gets a lot of pace on that.
15-30. Out. 30 all.
They're really combining very well, Fox and Mould.
Especially when she makes that first serve, it makes it easier for the net player to get involved. Put it away nicely.
Using the court and maybe the conditions. You might just be able to hear the wind picking up on the microphones around the court. Just see the trees and the LTA flags there on the left-hand side. The play your way flags just swaying a bit more in the wind at the moment.
I don't think that was quite the right shot to hit. Would have been better off going back cross court. She gave Emily an easily put away there.
Appleton taking that.
Again, another serve and volley. It's nice to see that. Doesn't happen so often in the women's game.
I've noticed some of the younger players do seem to be serving and volleying rather more than we're used to seeing over the last few years. As you said, it's a nice addition to the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think sometimes the women's game can be a little bit guilty of just being happy to play from the baseline. So to see some variation is nice.
Game, Appleton Miyazaki. 1 game all, first set.
Well, that's what happens with the no ad scoring. You suddenly get a break of serve like that instead of a 10-minute game, I suppose. So we're back on serve again. And it is now Lily Miyazaki, the top seed
Miyazaki to serve.
in the women's singles, who has won the Week 4 singles title today. And also these are the top seeds in the doubles.
It's exactly what I saw them doing when they took home that title, using the cross-court forehands nicely, and then the person at the net was moving, making it tricky for the baseliner.
Out. Out. 30 love.
Would make for a very successful week if Miyazaki was to go away with the singles and doubles title, but we're only at the semi-final stage at the moment.
Trying to do what Cam Norrie did.
Yes, he managed it a
other
couple of
week.
weeks ago.
Great
Cracking
return.
shot.
Out. 30 all.
Really important opportunity for all the players here to compete in a safe environment, to get back into that mindset of competition, and also to earn some money in the doubles and the singles competitions. Really busy here around the courts at the moment with all the different doubles going on. I know they had to come down and get their antigen tests for COVID-19 a couple of days ago and then come back again today. but clearly plenty of players keen to get out there and compete again.
Absolutely. I know players enjoy training, but there's nothing quite like competing, and to be given the chance to come back and get those competitive juices flowing, I know they're all happy about it.
Really well placed shot
Miyazaki.
from Appleton there.
Miyazaki lead 2 games to 1, first set.
Just making sure that they hold on to their service game for the first time in this set. Fast 4 doubles, to remind you. So it is the first to 4 games, and it is 2-1 to Appleton and Miyazaki. Fox coming out to serve now. But there's a bit of a, I don't want to use the word buzz because it is still very quiet compared to a normal tournament, but with the doubles, it does seem a bit livelier at the moment at the National Tennis Centre, doesn't it, compared to the last 4 weeks when it's been relatively quiet.
Yeah, it's nice to see a few more people around, and you kind of get the impression that there's a bit more of a tournament feel, because before, when there wasn't the doubles on, there was very few people here, so it's quite nice to have obviously in a safe environment, but it's nice to have a few more people around and kind of get more of a tournament vibe than you have been doing. We've obviously got the Battle of the Brits next week, so there's a lot of the people practicing, getting ready for the start of it tomorrow.
One of the Battle of the Brits captains, Greg Rosetsky, was here a little earlier. Had a little chat with him. He's the Union Jacks captain. He mentioned that there's a lot of WhatsApp banter. What a surprise from their team. He said that he's got 150 messages on his WhatsApp group at the moment that he hasn't read.
He's probably muted the conversation already.
And that's probably because his team consists of Dan Evans, Andy Murray, Jan Choinsky, Ryan Peniston, Anton Matusevic, Jamie Murray, Lloyd Glasspool, Heather Watson, Katie Bolter, Jodie Burridge, Naomi Brodie, Alicia Barnett, Olivia Nichols, and the other captain is Judy Murray. That's going to be a busy WhatsApp group, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I'm sure we can probably guess a few of the people who are going to be
Prime
banter suspects.
But Greg was saying he's just very excited about being back involved with tennis. Again, having had a lot of time at home with the family, and as soon as Jamie Murray asked him to be a captain, he was very keen to get involved, and he's really enjoying the role. And I think everyone's looking forward to seeing how the two teams combine. A lot of the Davis Cup players, a lot of the Fed Cup players, lots of youngsters as well.
Absolutely, I think it's just nice to sort of have everyone involved. I think obviously the last few weeks have been such an individual thing, and each individual is trying to get match practice, but to have sort of the team environment and make it a bit more competitive in that sense, I think it's going to be a really exciting format. And having obviously all the different areas of the game, the singles, doubles and the mixed doubles, there's going to be such a nice contrast between all three of those events.
Yeah, a really unique team format. And this match, 15-40 on the Fox and Mould serve, is exactly what Appleton and Miyazaki tend to do, which is just suddenly run away with the match without noticing.
They do tend to just sort of quietly go along and just sort of go up a gear without even realising, and that's kind of what they've done after that first game. Just sort of put their foot on the accelerator a little bit and just showing their class now.
And there doesn't seem to be, as we were saying, similarly with the singles matches, a huge gulf between the players, but there just seems to be on the important points somewhere where the likes of Miyazaki can step up. Like that.
Exactly.
Thank you for doing that.
No, you're absolutely right. I think that the difference is the ball striking is very similar, but it's just how they play those big points, and just they don't go for silly shots. They just play smart tennis, and I think there you could see that, you know, there wasn't anything big about that return. She just got it to the feet and then just played into the space so calmly.
Appleton and Miyazaki, if they win this game, will have taken the first set. Ooh, not sure she needed to hit that.
I think she'd pretty much stopped the point because she was so convinced that the ball was wide. But the umpire was never going to call out. It's the toughest line for her to see on the far sideline.
Now, 15-30. Now, 30 all.
She has some great strikes, doesn't she, Mould?
Yeah, she hits the ball nicely. Really took that second serve on and ripped it down the line out of the reach of Miyazaki.
Almost taking out the umpire.
That is one way to do it, isn't it?
So Appleton and Miyazaki from love 30 down, now at deuce. Just the 1 point here. No ad scoring in this fast 4 format, so this is a set point.
Out. Game in first set. After Miyazaki. By 4 games to 1.
And I suppose, as we've been saying so much when we watch Miyazaki, that doesn't seem like a 4-1 first set, but Appleton and Miyazaki have really taken that away from their opponents.
Yeah, they do. There's not too much between the team. It's just that Emily and Lily are just a little bit more solid and playing those big points better. Like you could see in that forehand exchange that you never felt like Emily was going to miss, and Lillian you sort of felt was trying to crank up the pressure on those forehands and go bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's the difference. It's just playing smart tennis when you need to and recognising that sometimes you don't need to do a lot with the ball, but that's something that they will understand and learn the more they play.
Some excellent social distancing being experienced in the back of that shot. Good examples of it from Richard Joyner, who is the LTA tournament director here. Everybody standing 2 metres away from each other when they're chatting, and if you can spot the chairs in the back of shot for the coaches and the odd parent that's around, they are also actually more like 4 metres apart, I think, the chairs. They are properly apart. No crowds here, though. It is a behind closed doors competition. Set 2 of the women's semi-final.
15 love. Now, 30 love.
Lillian Mould serving at the moment in her, just finished her freshman year at the University of Oregon. If you're a good player, she was a very good junior, then going over to the States seems like an excellent idea.
I think it's a great option for people who obviously want to keep their tennis up but combine their studies at the same time. It gives you the great balance between still training a lot but also kind of not having quite as much pressure, so it gives you that option. And I know so many of the girls and the guys have done it, and a lot of the time they've gone pro after, as you've seen so successfully with the likes of Cameron Norrie and Paul Jubb as well. And obviously Lily Maizaki has done it as well. She's at Oklahoma and has come out and done so successfully.
Out.
Is there any concern that that delays your start on the career ladder and the rankings because you're playing for your university and not playing professionally at all, or does that everyone seems to be playing a little bit later these days anyway?
Yeah, I think, you know, the way it used to be was that the people sort of peaked at, you know, 17, 18, 19, but I think these days it's, you know, the average age of the top 100 I think is sort of about 28 years old, so people are peaking a lot later. So I think the most important thing is just about sort of, you know, progressing and finding a way to kind of keep improving, and if that means that university is a good option for you to, you know, physically mature and mentally and emotionally, then I think it's a great way to do it.
40-15.
And when you have the likes of Serena Williams still playing at the age of 38, then why not postpone, get the degree in, have a backup plan and carry on with the career as well after that?
Absolutely. It's a tough decision to make, wanting to go pro at sort of 16, 17. It's, you know, some people just aren't ready for it, and to be able to sort of put it off a little bit till you're 22 and kind of have matured a little bit, I think it's a great option to have.
I don't think I can say anything about that because I may have done that once or twice.
I think I may have done that once or twice as well. You're not the only one.
Slightly wayward serve there. 40-30, Fox and Maud still trying to make sure that they hold on to their service at the start of this second set, having dropped the first set in this fast four doubles format, if you're wondering about the score.
Game, Fox Mould. First game, second set.
Well, Mould was broken in the first set when she was serving, so that will have given her a little bit of extra confidence, holding on to her serve in the second set. You can see the National Tennis Centre there. Your shot. It has been a lovely 4 weeks here. The LTA have put double the prize money in the pot for this British Tour return to elite competition. This is the 4th week, the final leg of the first swing, as it turns out, because they have come up with a few more tournaments, Tier 1 tournaments, that will be happening in August and September.
Well, 15 off.
And we were saying it's a chance for a lot of the younger players to gauge where they are in competition against some of the more established players on the British ranking system.
A lot of the times these girls won't get to compete with people the level of Emily and Lily. It's good to see where their game's at and what they need to improve.
30 off.
As we've shown before, that the level of ball striking is not necessarily the issue, it's just that match smartness and that match toughness that they maybe don't have, that's kind of the difference between the two.
And as well as match fitness, there's match mentality or nervous energy that's quite different when you're in a match situation, isn't there? That you need to get used to having again, particularly after a much longer time off than we've had recently than usual.
Yeah, absolutely. No matter how many matches or practice sets you play, there's nothing that can quite ever compare to the nerves that you feel and that adrenaline rush when you are on the match court. You know, whether it be a British Tour or the final of a bigger tournament, it's irrelevant. It's still a match, and that's something that you sort of have to work through. And obviously, the more matches they play, the kind of less nerves that they're going to feel, the more comfortable they're going to feel out on the court.
40-30.
I think she realises that probably wasn't the highest percentage shot to go for.
Next, first serve.
left on the way over.
Second set.
One game all then. In this second set, it is the women's doubles semi-final.
No 15.
The top seeds, Appleton and Miyazaki, have taken the first set 4-1 over on court number 1. The other women's doubles semi-final is taking place between Indiana Spink and Holly Staff. And they are up against Lily Hutchings and Sophia Johnson, and you can watch that on the LTA's social channels. You can keep across all of the other courts. There's plenty of action around the National Tennis Centre.
It's a good move from Emily there. I think she just second-guessed herself a little bit. Maybe she was just a touch brave and move forward to that volley, but I like the fact she's trying to move for it.
They should have. They should be quite confident. The Appleton-Miyazaki combination, having won a title and come through their first round here with relative ease.
Out.
I did. I saw their final a few weeks ago. I believe they beat Samantha Murray Sharan and Naomi Brody, so that was a really good victory for them. And they played really good tennis in really difficult conditions. You think it's breezy today, but the wind was horrendous when I saw them. So I know what they can do, and I think they've still got another couple of gears to go up if they need to.
A little bit windy around the National Tennis Centre today, but the sun is out. It is a lovely Sunday in July. We did have rain yesterday, so the men's semi-finals went indoors, which is an option we have at Roehampton, which is great.
15-40.
Not expecting to need the indoor option today, though, thankfully.
It is looking a little clearer in the distance. I remember about an hour ago those clouds were looking suspiciously dark, but thankfully they seem to have blown past us and somewhere else.
Break points again for Appleton and Miyazaki, the top seeds here.
Game. After Miyazaki. After Miyazaki lead 2 games to 1. Second set by 1 set to 1.
Disappointing way to end that game and hand a break over to their opponents, Appleton and Miyazaki, who are looking to reach the final here. Lots of doubles matches happening because it's a one-day doubles event, so wherever you look on the courts, people are moving around and playing a match. How does that work mentally when you're having to play back-to-back matches just to get the tournament played all in one day?
It can be tricky. I think, you know, obviously Lily having to play the singles final earlier and then having to play another 3 matches as well. It can be tricky, but she's young and got plenty of energy, so she'll be fine. But it can be tricky. I think the hardest part will be the kind of warming up and cooling down in between, because obviously you sort of have this tricky period of time. Normally you'd have maybe sort of an hour and a half, 2 hours in between, whereas they've probably got only about 45 minutes. They've got time to grab a quick snack and then all of a sudden you have to warm up again. So that's probably the trickiest part.
Yeah, trying to fit food or drink or energy, get your energy levels right is one side, and then mentally you're very up and down,
Yeah.
aren't you?
I think the food, you pretty much just have to snack, whether it be sort of a banana or a bar of some sort, and just making sure you stay hydrated. But you don't have time to get sort of full meals in.
Can you can you preload food? But then Miyazaki can't, because she was playing in the singles final earlier and winning it.
I suppose the one good thing about her winning so quickly was that she gave herself a little bit longer in between to maybe actually have a full meal to be able to fuel up for the rest of the day, because obviously, you know, she played her first match at 9:30. You know, she's probably waking up at sort of 6:30, 7 o'clock, so it's a really long day for her, and getting the energy balance right can be quite tricky.
And it's a long day in normal circumstances. After having had, as we've mentioned, this sort of 18, 19-week break. It's even more for your body to get used to all of this, which is obviously why the event is being put on, is to help all the players get back into that sort of mentality physically as well.
I think the hardest part is again, you know, it doesn't matter how much you train, but the match fitness is different. Obviously, she's probably played quite a lot of matches, and you know, your body does feel it. I remember when I've had sort of injury layoffs or after pre-season, you know, you do a lot of fitness work, but it's not quite the same. There's just something different, and I always tended to wake up stiff after just playing my first match, even though I felt like I was in the best shape that I could be.
Well, I'm pretty sure Miyazaki will feel this tomorrow, having already won the singles final earlier on and played one match already, and this is the semi-finals.
Just going from one hoarding to the
It's like she's
other.
playing mini golf or something, crazy golf. Women's semi-finals on centre court. There's another one on court one if you want to watch that on the LTA's social channels. Oh, that's a great shot. Just spotted that Mould had moved.
After Miyazaki lead 3 games to 1, second set.
That's where her calmness comes into play. She's so good at just seeing in her peripheral vision that Lillian has just moved a fraction too early. Just needed to wait until Lily's head was a bit more over the ball there just to give herself a better chance, but Lily just nudged it down the line for a winner.
Mould now serving to keep Fox and Mould in this competition.
Not the start she would have wanted.
Feel like I jinxed that slightly. Fast 4 doubles. So it's the best of 2 short sets, first to 4 games.
Love 30.
And Fox and Mould haven't played particularly badly, I don't feel, in this match. They've just been outplayed.
A little bit. You can just tell the difference in class between the two of them. They just know the right shots to play at the right times and when to put pressure. And that was another time you just sort of felt that Tiana was on the back foot on that volley, and she didn't really need to be.
Love 40.
Well, that sets up 3 match points for the top seeds, Appleton and Miyazaki.
Game, set and match. After Miyazaki, 2 sets to love. 4-1, 4-1.
That is the score, 4-1, 4-1, as they all tap rackets, as has become the custom here at the National Tennis Centre at the end of a match. The top seeds, Emily Appleton and Lily Miyazaki, going through to the final of the women's doubles competition. They have beaten their opponents here, Tiana Fox and Lillian Mould, with relative ease, Anna.
They were very impressive again, minus that first game. I think they showed exactly why they're the #1 pairing, and they're going to take some stopping. I think they managed to work their way into it, and it'll be interesting to see if anyone can get more than one game in a set against them.
Well, Miyazaki has barely dropped a game in either singles or doubles this week, such is her form at the moment. But that is Miyazaki and Appleton through to the final. They will face either Indiana Spink and Holly Staff or Lily Hutchings and Sophia Johnson. They are still on court at the moment. And here on centre court at the National Tennis Centre, coming up next, it will be the men's doubles semi-final We have one on centre court and one on court one, so you can keep across all the action on the LTA's social channels. But from the women's doubles semi-final from the LTA British Tour return to elite competition week 4, it is the top seeds, Miyazaki and Appleton, who are through to the final.
Yeah, I know. We were worried for a second. but Edwin, no, you are. Welcome back to the action here at the LTA National Tennis Centre and the British Tour Week 4. And we're getting towards the sharp end here of the LTA Fast 4 doubles. This is a men's semi-finals match here on centre court now between Ryan Peniston, David Stevenson, and George Houghton and Henry Patton.
That's Patton. And then, can we just see his opponent?
Finals today against Charles Broome, which was played out on court 1, and Charles Broome getting the better of Henry Patton, who was Carthy and I were entertained by in his men's singles semi-final yesterday against Barnaby Smith. Ryan Peniston, David Stevenson on this side of the net. Came through against Max Basing and Toby Samuel in their previous match. It's now a beautiful summer's day here. Ryan Peniston, 24 years old. Has had a fair degree of success actually here over previous weeks on the British Tour, and has looked very useful in some of his singles matches. Nearest us in the red shirt, that's George Houghton from Guildford in Surrey. Well, born in Guildford, now living in Hazelmere. Just turned 22 years old last week.
Semi-final, fast 4 doubles match.
And He's
To the
currently
right of the
studying
chair, Ryan
in
Penniston,
Loughborough.
David Stevenson. Left of the
Just
chair,
completed his
Jordan
education there, in fact, I
Henry
should say.
Patton.
Recently gone full-time in tennis.
Penniston, Stevenson won the toss, chose to serve.
So you may have picked that up, that Penniston and Stevenson are going to be serving, having won the toss here. Just a reminder, the fast four format. First to 4. If it gets to 3-all, then we play a regular tiebreak. Richard Haig in the chair, overseeing this one and calling the lines. And if it's 1 set all, then we go to a match tiebreak to 10. Rob Curling here alongside Karthi Narasimharam. And Karthi, what a lovely way to finish this week with a bit of sunshine at last.
It is. It is a perfect picturesque setting for tennis on a Sunday in July.
Still got that pesky breeze, though, which has been causing quite a few problems for players, particularly on the serve.
Let me just double check.
Ryan Penniston there in the white cap, playing alongside David Stevenson. So this is really the conclusion of what's been a terrific swing here at the LTA. I said temporary conclusion because there's a lot more tennis to come here at the NDC. Next week we've got the Battle of the Brits team tennis. This is another Jamie Murray special, which has got some really big names. And then return with the next swing of British Tour events for another 3-week swing. So competition tennis has been really at the forefront of everything that's been going on here at the NDC over the last few weeks here.
I think you can tell from the players' faces that they have enjoyed the last few weeks and they are enjoying playing this format and just being around lots of other tennis players again at a socially distance.
Yeah. Yes, of course. The doubles players have actually had to undergo more rigorous testing because obviously there is close contact in the doubles. But here we are then, getting underway in this men's semi-final. Stevenson to serve.
Love 15.
Good serving by Stevenson. Just a little plonk into the net from George Houghton. I wonder if Patton's feeling it in his legs here out here this afternoon.
I would imagine after the last few days of tennis, Patton would be a little bit tired.
15-30.
Trying to thread it down the line there, perhaps getting a little more height on it than he'd wanted, but still forcing the error from the opponent.
Pulse.
Stevenson, another of the players that has taken the American college route. He's at the University of Memphis. As we mentioned, it's a really popular way of getting more tennis and an education at the same time before deciding, really, what you're going to do. Stevenson's doing it, and Henry Patton has just finished his degree over in America.
And we seem to be seeing it more and more now. It's an increasingly popular way to go about things. Oh, what a serve!
40-30.
Camera nearly went there.
I think Patton couldn't quite believe what he was seeing there. Looks like he did a similar thing there. Another wobbly shot. And that's a very convincing service game from Peniston and Stevenson. Stevenson with a really useful serve there. Perfect way for them to get this men's semi-final underway. It rattles by this fast four format, doesn't it, Kathy? I mean, you think, you know, just first to 4 games, things can change around very quickly.
Certainly does. The semi-final in the women's that we had on centre court earlier was a pretty swift affair at 4-1, 4-1, and it was over very quickly, even though it didn't seem as if there was much of a difference between the two teams.
It's Patton to serve.
Out. Not 50.
Not content with his degree from the University of North Carolina, he's now doing a master's in economics at Durham University, Patton.
Is he?
So he is packing it in along with the tennis.
He certainly is, creating plenty of strings to his bow. Now, look at this, the left-handed serve. Looks like he's standing out pretty wide. This is surely only going to go one way. Yeah,
Sets up the point brilliantly, that serve, doesn't it?
doesn't it just? Henry Patton, also 24 years old. From Manningtree in Essex.
He made a big point of telling me he was from Manningtree in Essex and adding the Essex.
Oh, that's super play by George Houghton. Being very dominant at the net.
They're a great combination, these two, and they're quite used to playing together as well. They've knocked out the second seeds on their way to this semi-final, Ben Jones and Daniel Little. 4-3, 4-3, so a decent first round match to get them into the swing of things today in the doubles.
40-50.
I'm not sure if perhaps David Stevenson was quite expecting that serve. Maybe it took a strange bounce, wasn't quite on his racket.
Houghton, Patton. 1 game all.
Oh, it's a very comfortable hold for Henry Patton. Didn't have to expend too much energy in that one. But his partner at the net playing his part very,
Peniston to serve.
very usefully as well. So Peniston to serve at 1-all.
Not 15.
Terrific return from Patton. So much easy power in his game, backhand and forehand.
All.
So both teams with the advantage of having a left-hander who can give us that slice out wide from the ad court. I say ad court, perhaps it doesn't exist in this form of the match because there are no advantages. Get to deuce, next point is game. Oh,
30-15.
he just got that one.
Yeah, the no ad scoring certainly makes things fly by game-wise. We've had quite a lot of very, very long first games in the singles matches, which have gone to 6, 7, 8 deuces. And that doesn't exist in this format.
Look at that. It's a virtual impossible angle, and I can never quite work out why the right-hander serving from the deuce court seldom
Doesn't
seems to
have the
achieve
same advantage, yeah.
quite that, even serving to a left-hander, which, of course, we'll have that in this match. But really making use of that serving out to the right-hander there from the left-hand court, Peniston. Breeze really kicking up again here. Well, it doesn't matter which side you're serving from, does it? He seems to get the angle from anywhere. Great serving from Ryan Peniston, really making use of every angle and degree on the court there.
That will come in handy in the next week when he's part of the Union Jacks team and the Battle of the Brits team tennis, which is also taking place here at the National Tennis Centre.
That should be a lot of fun, shouldn't it?
Definitely looking forward to that one. We saw Greg Rosetsky, who is that captain for the Union Jacks, alongside Judy Murray a little earlier on. People starting to arrive ahead of this week's tournament.
Do you know, I find that, just that pairing of captains, quite an interesting one, don't you?
Well,
I think that dynamic is going to be...
It's the most feisty team. You've got Greg and Judy as the captains, and then you've also got Andy and Jamie in the same team.
Yeah. But then look across the other side, the Bulldogs. You've got Anne Keithvon, you've got Leon Smith, the Fed Cup captain, Davis Cup captain, respectively. George Houghton now to serve at 1-2.
Joanna Counter is in the British Bulldogs team on that side. She is now the top seed for the Palermo WTA event that is happening next week, because Simona Halep has pulled out of that event.
Yeah, the tournament weren't too happy with that, but...
The Twitter restrictions, the you can tell what's on my mind. The quarantine rules mean that because Halep comes from Romania and Bulgaria have extra restrictions, quarantining needed for 14 days before the tournament.
Oh, such speed with the racket head from Henry Patton.
And because that rule only came in yesterday, there's not enough time to do the 14-day quarantine. So Halep has gone, and Joanna Konta is the #1 seed.
Well, we wish her well for that. That's, of course, on the clay. And then, well, there's a look ahead to potentially on the hard courts of the surface in New York for the US Open, preceded by Cincinnati, which would also take place there as well, but still to be confirmed.
Confirmed, I think, but until we hear otherwise, it's carrying on. There's an interesting bubble situation, which we've seen with the cricket, and if they can get that right, then they will go ahead.
30-50.
It's a cracking shot from Peniston.
And the trickle down from all of those events is that these guys will then therefore see the ITF circuit returning if the main tournaments do come back on the WTA and ATP tour. And that's where these players tend to earn their money.
As you say, that's going to be a very crowded area, isn't it?
There will be fewer events, definitely, because fewer countries can put on events, and that means that there will be more players trying to get into those events, so your ranking becomes much more important. It's going to be tough competition to get into those events. Normally you can have 6, 7 ITF events a week. I think it's probably going to be more like 3 or 4, or possibly even fewer than that. Hoping to get going in August, the ITF circuit.
So I think a start date for some of those is as early as the 17th of August. Which, not that far away now. Well,
40-30.
the combination and the idea was terrific. The execution from Stevenson just lacked the finesse required. It was a lovely idea.
Juice. Side point receiver's choice.
We have seen Patton with some fantastic volleys over the last few days in his quarter-final and semi-finals in the singles. He does enjoy trying to serve and volley when it comes to singles as well, which we're seeing a little bit more of these days.
Isn't it great?
Yes,
Loving it.
absolutely agree with you.
So this is game point.
Okay. Houghton Patton.
Good hold
2
for
games all.
George Houghton. Yes, he lists his forehand volley, I think, is his favourite shot for Henry Patton. Been training at Felixstowe Lawn Tennis Club. Where is Felixstowe?
That is Cambridge direction, isn't it?
It's the end of Felix Foot.
Oh, gosh. I actually thought you were asking me a serious question.
I think it's Suffolk, by the way.
I was wrong anyway. I thought it was off the A14 somewhere.
Could well be.
Where am I thinking of?
Oh, Felix Foot, maybe.
Not 15.
I think that Ryan Penniston is going to be a very tricky player to get past at the net. Didn't quite get his racket fully on that one, but when he does, which seems to be more often than not, he's extremely effective.
Last 30.
Penniston, one of those players that was in Indian Wells at the time of the tournament being called off. A very strange situation for everybody. Heading back home then, or not really being 100% sure at the time of what was going to be the long-term situation. I don't think anybody at that point thought there would be so many months without tennis. Back in early March,
Absolutely.
Indian Wells.
Yeah, gosh. That was all about to go ahead, wasn't it? Great recovery from George Houghton. Really interesting shape to that shot from Patton. Sort of got a lot of lift and it really then dipped. So three break points here.
Okay. Houghton Patton. Houghton Patton lead 3 games to 2.
Well, that's a crucial win at a critical stage for those two, getting the break there, because they'll now be serving for the set. Remember, just goes to 4 games each set. The others can level up at 3 each. Then we get a tie break. That's the regular tie break to 7. We're 1 set all. We go to a match tie break for 10. Felixstowe is in Suffolk. It's a port, of course.
Oh, okay. Not on the A14?
I'm not sure quite whether the
I don't know where I got the A14 from.
Well, the A14 heads out in an easterly direction, doesn't it? I wonder what you've
That was
got.
why I must have somewhere else that's similar in my mind.
Similar to Felixstowe.
Yeah, I can't think what that might be.
There we are, Patton serving, 3-2.
Match 15 love. Bounce.
bumped into Henry Patton this morning on the way into the National Tennis Centre, and it did make me chuckle because he was on one of those folding bikes that you have to
Oh yeah,
put together and take apart when
not
you're
an
cycling.
exercise bike. You mean an actual?
No, an actual
road
bike, a bike
He
that
probably
hits.
looked slightly odd on that.
Well, it just reminds me of W1A or the TV programmes that have made them rather amusing when they're really not at all. They're very practical.
Yes. That's just gone out.
We have to get our temperature checked when we come in the morning before you're allowed into the building. I wasn't quite sure whether I should go in front of him while he was trying to fold his bike away or whether I should wait for him to do it. So I stopped and waited.
That was very kind of you.
He was fairly efficient at the folding of the bike.
So it is 3 set points to Hatton and Patton.
Okay, first set. Got to Patton. 4 games to 2.
Oh, that looked very straightforward in the end for Hatton and Patton. You feel it would be nice for Henry Patton to come away with something today after everything that he's put into this tournament, particularly this week with that gruelling semi-final against Barnaby Smith yesterday, and then not able to get past Charles Broome. I heard you talking about the plane tree earlier. Glad that it's getting a mention. I must tell you, Kathy, I was so thrilled. I was listening to one of your radio stations yesterday, as in one of the ones you appear on, the marvellous BBC Radio 4. They had a London tree expert on.
Was this Nature Notes?
No, it was on
Oh, okay.
Saturday Live, actually.
Oh, okay.
And he was talking about the London plane tree. I have to say that the expert, Mr. Wood, I can't remember his
Well,
first
maybe
name.
they had been listening
Well,
to your commentary over the
They
last
may
few
have-
weeks.
It didn't get a mention, which is disappointing.
Oh.
But his expert knowledge didn't quite equate with my research.
What was the difference?
Well, I read that the plane tree had in fact developed from a seedling found in Vauxhall, South London. He said that the plane tree actually, the London plane tree is just a name we have added in London. But the plane trees were first of all planted in Paris well before London. Contentious or what?
Oh, right. I might have to get in touch
15 love.
Get in touch.
with the programme and find out where his information has come from.
Well, quite. Well, he is an expert. That's what he does. So I'm sure he knows what he's talking about. But yeah.
So what we're saying is you're wrong.
Well, I can't believe that. Can you? Wow.
30 love.
Quite similar in stature, aren't they? Stevenson and Patton. Patton, of course, is the left-hander. There he is. See what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying. The blue t-shirts and the white shorts probably add a little something to that too.
40 love.
Well, this will be good for Stevenson. A comfortable hold if he can get it to get this second set underway. Just to settle things a little bit for this team.
First serve. Okay, Peniston, Stevenson.
Bit of a gift for Ryan
First game,
Peniston.
second set.
And that's a really comfortable hold to get them underway nicely in set 2. Place in the final, awaiting the winning pair here. Yet to be decided who they'll meet.
He's had a fairly decent career high of 353 in singles, Ryan Peniston. 24 years old, looking at what to do, how to change that and move further up the rankings at the moment.
Yes, as you say, not a huge opportunity to do that at the moment. So George Houghton serving then at love 1, but a set to the good.
15 love.
Well, a very polite discussion about where the ball might have landed or otherwise with Richard Haig, the umpire.
We've not had too much discussion on line calls recently. It's been a umpire's decision.
Yeah. It was a very genial chat there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, just going wide.
Lovely doubles play.
It was an ambitious shot to go for. I mean, you're really threading it through the eye of a needle there. Just missed the eye. That wasn't too much to aim for, was there?
I think it was fairly well covered as well from Houghton if it had have gone near the line, nearer to the line.
Good play from Houghton. Well, at 40 love, you might as well try something a little extra on your second serve, I suppose. It's
Yeah.
not too much of a risk.
Houghton at Loughborough University, very glowing praise of his coaches there, saying they've changed him from a mid-range county player over his 2.5 years there into a much better player who's trying to make his way on the ITF circuit. Has reached the semi-finals in Barnstable of a 15k ITF.
Okay.
Puts it all down to his coaches.
Oh, that's good.
One game all.
Mate, just, yeah, you're whipping it in nicely. Like, bit of margin for error, but it's easy.
So, even Stevens here. Going with serve in this second set. It's going to be Ryan Penniston.
Love.
Penniston and Stevenson just discussing their tactics for this next point. A few little hand signals behind the back. And Stevenson. Oh, my word. That should have really been put away. There we go, let's have a look at that one again.
Considering Patton's height and the force that we have seen him hit some shots with, I'm surprised he didn't belt that one.
Oh,
30-50.
that kept very low. I'd really love to see some rallies opening up in this match. I'm not sure if we're going to get the chance for too many, but when we have seen a few shots being played, it's been extremely entertaining.
Is the reason that a lot of people like watching doubles. We don't get to see that much of it on television. Most tournaments concentrating on singles, but a lot of players.
Oh, did that go?
30-50.
A lot of public players do enjoy the public when they play a lot of doubles. So it's good to see the format that you play.
Yeah, of course. Most people socially tend to play doubles, don't they? And unlike the old days of tennis, when the top-ranked singles players would also play doubles, it's quite a rarity these days.
Length for serve.
Always creates a great deal of interest when you hear that Andy Murray might be playing some doubles just to get into.
Oh, the Andy
Into
Murray
the swing of
Serena Williams
things.
combination. Remember
Wow,
that? That feels like
absolutely.
years ago.
It does, doesn't it? And of course, Serena and Venus regularly are playing doubles together, certainly the Grand Slams.
And something of a comeback for, I think, some of the younger.
Oh, terrific
Oh,
play. Peniston
lovely.
is so good at the quick fire play from anywhere on the court, it seems.
Some of the younger male players are starting to play a bit more doubles.
Well, it's really good to see.
Kyrgios and Tsitsipas.
Yeah. They're just the guys you want to see playing too.
And who knows, after what we've all had to endure over the last few months, there might be more of a relaxed feeling when players come back to the Grand Slams and the Tour, and they might want to play a bit more tennis and have a bit more fun, having lost 6 months of their careers.
Absolutely. There is that chance. Makes you feel a little bit
Take every
for
opportunity.
indeed. And then you think of the other guys who specialise in doubles, getting slightly
Yes.
elbowed. It's a tricky one, isn't it?
Pulse.
Oh, what a return. Just whip that backhand.
Well, quite a few players this week have mentioned that they much prefer doubles to singles.
Yes, and I think a part of that is also the team element. Singles is a very much a. I mean, you have your team around you, of course, your support team, but there's nothing that quite really equates or beats team sport.
Which is why we're looking forward to next week's Battle of the Brits. A unique team format.
So we've got what, singles,
Doubles.
mixed doubles, and mixed doubles.
Yes, yes. So it's a mixture of the Davis Cup team, the Fed Cup team, younger players, interesting captains.
Yeah, yes. Define interesting.
Greg's got long hair, I noticed earlier, Rosetsky, when he popped in.
Is it all his own?
I think he hasn't been to a hairdresser yet. I was going to ask him. He's been concentrating on the tennis.
Good man.
Out. 40-30.
Yeah, we've been talking about people like Henry Patton and their big left serve. Few have had a bigger left-handed serve than Greg Rosetsky, who for a long time held the world service speed record. Was it 147 miles an hour or something
I used
crazy?
to, yes. I think he was very pleased that he held that record.
Well, you'd be pretty proud of that, I think. So we're at deuce. And receiver decides which way they're going to go. Ryan Peniston putting his hand up, signalling to the opposition which way he wants to go with this. So it'll be Patton to serve to Peniston to decide the game. And that's what Patton thought of that as a decision.
What's a pattern?
149 miles an hour.
I'm so glad he wasn't here to hear me get him two
taking
miles
those
an
2
hour
miles an
under.
hour off
He would have hated that. I think Roddick then pipped him, didn't he? Possibly.
Roddick had it for quite a while at 155 miles an hour.
15 love.
Shows you how long things take to change. It is now 163.4 miles an hour.
What? John Isner?
Sam Groth, not far off.
Oh, right.
Very, very tall Australian.
Goodness me, 165.
163. 163.
Oh, well.
163.4. Don't.
Oh, right,
If you
yeah.
took those two miles an hour off Greg, let's not add them onto Sam.
God, you wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that, would you? So here we are at 30 love then. Beniston is
lovely roll.
absolutely superb. His reactions
quick,
are
isn't he?
lightning fast. It's a game they've really got to hold here as well, because once you get to 3-2,
Patton with a very reactionary volley.
look at that.
Peniston finishing it off.
Beautifully from a high forehand lob to a low backhand volley, not lob.
Game, Peniston, Stevenson.
Well, that's a crucial hold for that pair. If they're going to try and level up this match, take it through to the deciding match tiebreak.
And they will be a lot fresher than Patton, certainly, who has played an awful lot of tennis in the last few days on the singles front.
Yeah, and pretty draining tennis at that.
Yeah, I think yesterday's in particular was a match that I didn't really think he was going to win in the end, but he did come through in the match tiebreak, 12-10, finally. And the match before, which we also watched, where he was playing Aidan McHugh, he had 7 match points, did Patton.
Yeah.
So maybe this is his release from all of that,
Maybe,
all of that
yes.
physical and mental tension that he's had for the last few days in his singles matches.
Indeed. He's got someone on court to share everything with as well, and George Houghton. Stevenson almost getting to that.
30 love.
So that wind getting up yet again. It's been an absolute rotter, this wind, over the past few weeks here. It's really made itself known and very unwelcome.
Out. 40 love.
So, should Patton and Houghton win this point, it takes us to 3-all, and that'll be a tie-break. Tie-break to 7. See the effect the wind is having on the trees here. I formation here.
Game, Hudson Patton.
Patton sending that one
3 games.
into the distance. 3-all. So we have our first tie-break in this match. Interesting tactical moves there from the Houghton-Patton combination. Patton coming across in front of Houghton to take that backhand and smashing the ball away to seal that game. So we're into a 7-point tiebreak.
If you're watching on the BBC Red button, we may disappear shortly, but you can continue to watch the tiebreak on the BBC Sport app and the BBC Sport website and the LTA's social channels.
Whoa,
1-0.
it's almost ended up in our commentary box.
That's very nearby. You can also see the other courts on the LTA social channels. We now know what the women's doubles final will be. Spink and Staff are through to the final, 4-3, 4-1. They have beat Hutchings and Johnson, and they will face Miyazaki and Appleton, the top seeds. That will come up next on centre court after this men's semi-final.
Miyazaki has also had a busy day, winning the women's singles. It was a fairly comfortable affair for her that night. Gather you were on
It
that
was, yes. That was. She has barely dropped a game during this week so far. 6-love, 6-2 the score for her final. She beat Grace Piper, very promising 17-year-old. But Miyazaki already with one title and could have two by the end of today.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, Grace Piper. I did her semi-final yesterday. I thought she was a super player. Ooh.
2-0, Hamilton Patton.
So already up with the mini break.
Over back inside.
You can probably hear on the microphones the strength of the wind here. It's really getting up. Might be almost the strongest we've had.
Positively stormy.
Bolts.
Just hope it's not bringing any rain with it.
Bolts. 2-1. Hamilton
Well,
Patton.
Tie-break situation, that does seem like an extra waste, really, to serve a double.
Such a loose double as well.
So Stevenson with a chance to get level pegging, to hold both serves and just get their noses in front here.
2-all.
First part of that is done. Oh,
3-2.
And that's why
Patterson
Patton
Stevenson.
hits himself, annoyed at missing that. He's so reliable at the net.
so Pennison and Stevenson do indeed get their noses in front for the first time in this tie-break. It's going to be George Houghton now to serve. Switching things around a little bit.
Stevenson.
A bit of loose play from Patton all round there. This tie-break.
Well, he didn't move, did he, to play that shot? He just literally stuck his racket out, which I think he thought was probably going to be enough. It's possible that the wind might have just carried it as well, just to give him benefit of the doubt. It is blowing from behind that direction, I think.
Very gusty at the moment.
So one more serve for George Houghton here. Ooh.
4-3, Penniston Stevenson.
Everyone just stood and watched that one. Just as well for George Houghton, it was long. So Penniston Stevenson still with the mini break, serving at 4-3. Well, it was a bit of a gift to Penniston and Stevenson. Houghton just slashing that backhand into the net. And Penniston and Stevenson 2 points away from levelling this tie. taking it to the match tiebreak. Oh, it's gone. It's gone long.
And it was a
6-3,
quick
Peniston Stevenson.
move from Patton to get out of the way of that ball, which he needed to do.
Yeah, it was Stevenson who had to avoid that one. So,
Of course.
well, you see, I told you they looked alike. It
You
was,
did mention it.
So here we are. It is set point then to Peniston and Stevenson. And Patton serve. And he's put it wide.
Game, second set. Peniston Stevenson.
Interesting.
So into a match tie break. Just a reminder, match tie break is the first to 10 points
4 games to 3.
by a lead of 2.
Match tiebreak.
And the wind is really taking hold here. See the effect it's having on the trees around us. I think in terms of play, it's the ball toss on the serve that it really affects. Or if you're lobbing or taking a ball that's coming down from some height. So match tiebreak then to decide who goes through to the final to face either Finn Murgat, James Story, or the #1 seeding from India, Vijay Sundar Prasanth or Divid Sharan.
Match tiebreak. Right for service.
Well, a super rally. Patton did well to recover in the middle of that rally when that ball just struck the net cord. He had to kind of just check a bit and reset. Not often Peniston misses those. Great to watch, isn't it? That rat-a-tat play at the net.
That's what we like from doubles. Fast for doubles in particular.
Yeah. Patton and Richard Haig in conversation about whether the serve was good or not. It's a little bit late in the day now, I think.
Patton certainly had a lot of conversations about line calls yesterday in his semi-final against Barnaby Smith.
Yes, he seemed to get on the wrong side of the difficult calls, didn't he, Patton?
I think he felt that could have knocked him out of the competition. He found a way through to get through to the final, but I think all that tennis took its toll today in the end when it came to the singles.
He was beaten by Charles Broome. He said they know each other very well, those two, apparently.
Broome also had the walkover from the semi-final because Lloyd Glasspool didn't play. One very fresh player and one very tired player, I think, today in the men's singles final.
Yeah, that was the other factor, wasn't it? I was forgetting that Broome had that walkover. It's not the most peaceful of places here, is it?
I thought you liked planes.
I love it. It can be a bit noisy sometimes, though.
Normal?
Oh,
It's left himself a
Going
lot
to
of
make
work.
it.
Oh,
If he'd made that shot, it would have been a fantastic rally from Houghton.
George Houghton did so well to recover that lost ground. He's not even in the frame. Well played, Ryan Penniston, though. Playing that ball from back there also wasn't easy.
As we're underneath the flight path at the moment, and as I live underneath the Heathrow flight path, not far from here, does the wind change the sound?
It changes the direction in which they land and take off.
But I also was told on some days you can't hear planes at all, and on some days you can hear the plane, and that depends on where the wind is coming from.
I'll come back to
I
that.
thought as an expert, you could tell me.
I think that that may be just purely because they are then landing and taking off in a different direction. Sound is definitely carried on the wind, though, that is for sure. That's a really,
3-1 Penniston,
really
Stevenson.
deft lob from Stevenson.
Patton and Houghton need to make sure they don't let this tie break disappear from them in the early stages.
It's a really nice change. Houghton at 1-3.
Ooh,
It could be costly.
Penniston, Stevenson.
Patton knows it. That reaction is of annoyance, and it is one of his favourite shots.
So difficult when you're right on top of the net, though, of course. 4-1 in a match tiebreaker isn't as critical as it would be in a standard tiebreaker.
Penniston, Stevenson.
A couple of slightly loose points from Patton and Houghton. And a very nice lead for Penniston and Stevenson to take with them on the change of ends.
Players very keen to play here at the National Tennis Centre, not just to get back into competitive action in a safe environment where there's plenty of testing, but also to earn some money, which they haven't been doing recently. And even in the doubles, the LTA has added 50% onto the pot. So whoever gets through to the finals can look forward to a decent check, and that's very important after the last few months for everybody.
Yes, absolutely. Prize money all the way through, I think, isn't there, from the first round onwards, but it's obviously increases. It's a nice little pot if you're through to the final. And of course, at this level, it's really crucial if you're to be able to develop and grow your game. You need that money to travel, to pay for coaching. A lot of support for many of these players, of course, comes from the LTA. Well, quite how Stevenson changed direction at the net there. Didn't quite see it in that replay, but terrific reaction and response from Stevenson at the net, and allowing his partner just to finish off the point. And they really are developing a very healthy lead here. Ryan Penniston and David Stevenson, 6-1. This match tie-break, first to 10, will go into the final.
Yeah. Yeah.
6-2, Penniston, Stevenson.
Well, some ground to be made up here for Houghton and Patton. And now is the time to do it. Houghton serve. Well played.
6-3, Peniston, Stevenson.
I was going to say that they lack the killer instinct on a few of their shots. The Houghton-Patton combination, but then Houghton finished that one off nicely. I think he had the opportunity a bit earlier to finish off the rally.
Yeah, it was a difficult one, wasn't it? He just didn't quite get his racket on it. Well played.
7-3, Peniston, Stevenson.
Very good combination, Peniston and Stevenson. They seem to know each other's game pretty
I was
well.
going to say exactly the same thing. They know the other person's movements without really having to call too much or turn around and check. Makes for perfect doubles.
Pass.
Oh, we don't see Peniston miss many of those.
Peniston, Stevenson.
Very unusual.
There's a little door, little opening ajar here for these two, just to get back into this match tiebreak. They seem quite relaxed about it all.
It's all very jovial on the Patton-Houghton front. A few more points and Patton could be in a second final for the day.
Yeah, it'd be a nice story. Houghton needs to just hold here twice, and they're back to within a point.
Out.
That was a big if.
Yeah.
Peniston, Stevenson.
Well, he really needs to hold at the change of ends here, Houghton. These two now just 2 points away from replacing that final. Which could well be up against the #1 seeds. Prashanth and Sharon. They're currently in action against Finn Mergitt and James Story. So here is Houghton then. Really needs this one to give him any hope of coming through this. Oh, no, no, no. No.
9-4, Peniston, Stevenson.
I mean, yes, we've got a gusty wind blowing from behind it, but that really was a loose couple of serves from Houghton. And that sets up match point for Peniston and Stevenson at 9-4. Ryan Peniston to serve. How many goes is he going to need?
Peniston, Stevenson.
He's got a few.
Four more opportunities on match point here.
Pulse.
Oh, didn't quite get hold of it.
Peniston, Stevenson.
That's a really good win for these two. David Stevenson nearest the camera, Ryan Patterson the far side. Really impressive play from the pair of them, and they did look a really well connected, well sorted pair out there.
They definitely are. Peniston and Stevenson, I think, know each other's games very well, know each other very well, and that helped them through that fast four doubles match. Great semi-final from them. And a real disappointment, though, for Patton, who has been in the singles final today and lost that already, and now he goes out of the doubles at the semi-final stage alongside his partner, George Houghton.
So we'll be taking a short break now with the women's doubles finals to come. And the sun is shining. Hopefully the wind will drop and just let us have a couple of matches now with a little bit of calmness about them. So the final lineup to be decided in the men's, the women's final underway shortly.
No, I can't. Oh, I don't know how to do it.
and welcome back to the action on Centre Court. It is week 4 of the LTA British Tour return to elite competition, finals day and doubles day in particular. A one-day event of fast 4 doubles. This is the final in the women's event. Emily Appleton and Lily Miyazaki against Indiana Spink and Holly Staff. Appleton and Miyazaki are the top seeds, and Miyazaki has already won the women's singles title today. So she's going for a second title in one afternoon. Alongside me, Anna Smith, Fed Cup doubles player. And this should be quite an entertaining one because Miyazaki and Appleton haven't been challenged that much so far in this tournament, have they?
Not at all. I think they've lost a grand total of about 3 games, and I think Lily's lost about maybe 13 games in the whole of the tournament so far. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get more than 2 games, but it'll be a tough challenge for them.
Their opponents, Spink and Staff, have come through from the quarterfinals. They knocked out Annabella Davis and Sally Pethbridge, and that was a relatively long match for them. 2-4, 4-2, 10-7. And they're through to the final, having beaten Lily Hutchings and Sophia Johnson 4-3, 4-1. Staff was also in the singles competition here, in the blue top on your left on your screen. She is 17 years old, and so many of the players are very young on this in this competition, and they're learning a lot, getting a lot of experience from mixing with the other players and finding out what kind of standard they might be at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. It's, you know, it's great experience for them to play against people of Lily and Emily's level. They don't necessarily get the chance to play matches or practice with them, so for them to be able to kind of see and gauge where their game is at, it's invaluable, and can help them moving forwards in what they need to practice on and what they need to change in a match aspect.
2 17-year-olds.
Spink and Holly Staff. To the left of the chair, Emily Appleton, Lily Miyazaki.
Umpire Jacob Miles just doing the introductions there for us.
Staff won the toss and chose to receive.
Spink and Staff, 2 17-year-olds in this tournament, and their opponents, Miyazaki is 24 and Appleton is 20. So it will be interesting to see whether there's any difference there in the experience levels. As we've been saying all the way through the tournament, they're not hugely different in the way they play tennis and the actual shots that they're playing, but it tends to be on the mentality side and the experience side.
I think you saw in the previous match with Emily and Lily, the way that they sort of hit the ball from the back of the court is very similar. Like you said, it's just more the fact that when they get into these critical moments and break points and things like that, they know what shots to play, and sometimes they, you know, with less experience, you almost go for a little bit too much, thinking you have to do too much to win those points, whereas there's a lot of times where, you know, Emily was happy to sit back in those rallies cross court and just be solid. And I remember a couple of occasions that Lillian was sort of going for these sort of popcorn winners, and it probably wasn't the best shot to go for. So it just shows the kind of like the match maturity levels between the two of them, and just that little bit of experience that they have.
The sun is coming out here on Centre Court at the National Tennis Centre. The wind just dropping a little bit. It was up quite a lot in the doubles semi-final for the men's that we've just had. Really rattling around in southwest London and Roehampton. But it does seem to have calmed down a little bit, so they won't have quite the same conditions to contend with. This is a behind closed doors event. There are crowds at a few sporting events around the UK. I think the Oval cricket today, there are 1,000 fans being allowed in to see how they can socially distance. So things are starting to change. We'll see how that all changes over the next few weeks and months. And we have been talking about competition returning, international competition, and this is a 4-week swing of British competition that the LTA has put on to help all of these players get back to competitive action safely, and to make sure that they can earn some money after the last few months when not just sport but most industries have really struggled. And they've added another 50%, double the prize pot, in order to give these players a little extra money to play for in both the singles and the doubles competition. So this is the women's doubles final, LTA Fast 4 doubles, best of 2 short sets, first to 4 games in week 4 of the LTA British Tour. Return to elite competition, coming to the end of the 4-week swing. Just a few more matches to be played. This is the women's doubles final, Miyazaki, and this is Emily Appleton to serve.
Holds. Love 15. Out 15 all. Holds. Out. 30-15. All.
The two 17-year-olds getting a break point, an early opportunity for them against the top seeds in the first game of the first set.
Out. Use deciding point, receiver's choice.
Again, I think that was another prime example of just, you sort of saw Emily was just into that sort of brick wall mode. She just didn't want to miss, and putting pressure on them, trying to go for slightly bigger shots every single ground stroke, and just enforcing that error, saving that break point.
Game, Appleton,
Yeah.
Miyazaki.
No ad scoring in this LTA Fast 4 doubles
That's
format, which means that despite having a break point against them in that first game, Appleton and Miyazaki have come through that one. And even there, I wasn't sure if that was a slightly longer chat than you should normally have. They were discussing who was going to be receiving, because in this Fast 4 format, receiver chooses which side to receive the serve, and they seem to have a bit of discussion as if they hadn't had the discussion beforehand. I wasn't quite sure.
I think it really depends on who's feeling the most comfortable out there, and you obviously have to take into account how Emily is served from both sides. You know, she sort of hit a couple of aces from one side. You're not really recommending that that person takes the return, so there can be a few variables that go into it, and obviously they didn't necessarily pick the right choice there.
Love 15.
Miyazaki always looks so comfortable around the court, very comfortable also around the net. She does want to become more aggressive, and in her singles play wants to come to the net a bit more. We can see why from that rally there.
The one golden rule in doubles: do not hit the volley at the net player to give them a chance. They gave her a couple of chances and she showed why she is at the ranking she's at, and that's how you do it. You hit away from the net player, don't give them a chance.
Lily Miyazaki and Emily Appleton, the top seeds in the doubles, and Miyazaki the top seed in the singles because her ranking is 351. By far the highest, I think, in the women's singles competition that we've seen so this week.
Miyazaki lead by 2 games to love, first set.
That felt like a relatively easy break there for the top seeds.
A little bit of a gift. Didn't feel like they had to work too hard for that. When you're playing people of this caliber, that's not what you can do. You need to try and make it as hard for them as possible. Few too many sloppy errors coming. Can't give away cheap points. It's exactly what they want.
There is another format of fast 4 doubles where the net cords do count. Sorry, to get that the right way around. So you just carry on, don't you, and ignore them.
I've never actually played that format before. I think it would take me a little while to get my head around it, but I think they play that at I'm not sure if it was World Team Tennis. I think they do that format as well, and I'm not sure that people are necessarily used to it. I know they play that at some of the junior events.
Lots of different formats of scoring to try and speed things up these days. Attention span's getting shorter. World Team Tennis, I think, into day 15 now.
It seems like it's been going
It
for
has been
quite
going
a
on for a
while.
while, but successfully. And again, it's over in America, so the fact that they've managed to get that tournament played and they've played it safely is very important ahead of what potentially could be the second Grand Slam of this season.
It sounds weird you saying that.
The US Open, the second Grand Slam of the season. Very odd, isn't it? Such is the way of the world at the moment.
Chance here for them to get the crucial break back. Otherwise you do feel like the set is gone.
No ad scoring, so this point decides the game.
Out game. Spins off. Appleton Miyazaki lead by 2 games to 1, first set.
Well, all of a sudden, a break back for the 17-year-olds. Indiana Spink, who is at university in America, or has signed for University in America rather than already at University in America. Similarly, Holly Staff, who's signed for Vanderbilt University in Nashville. So presumably they are planning on going there at some point soon.
I think so. I don't think anyone's too sure exactly when things are going to start up, but when they do, they'll be joining those universities.
Holly Staff to serve. Out, 15 love. Out.
Lovely volley there from Appleton, just to take that away from both players.
I think this is Emily's favourite type of volley. Anytime she sort of poaches and goes for the volley, she seems to go for that short angle cross court, and she does it so successfully.
Staff was very much one of the informed players on the singles side, the only player to take 4 games off Miyazaki during the singles tournament in the semi-finals. 6-2, 6-2 was the score in that one in the end. So she knows the lady that she's serving to very well from the last few days.
Just going to have to try and find a way to get a few more games on the board, as she did in the singles match.
Couple of break points again for the top seeds on the Staff serve. That was a shame. You could sense a bit of Staff's disappointment there that she didn't do better. Her serve broken, and that leaves Appleton and Miyazaki serving to take this first set, the first to 4 games.
I think you saw the pressure that Lily can put on those second serve returns again, just hitting it so deep. See, Holly's going for her ground strokes a lot more. They're getting a few more cheaper points at the net. I think Indiana could try and be a little bit more aggressive from the baseline to help Holly out.
very comfortably brings up 2 set points for the top seeding in this women's doubles competition.
Making it look pretty simple out there.
They are, and they did that in the semi-finals, and they did that in the quarter-finals. It's just how they play. Exactly what you were saying.
Pretty impressive. Absolutely steamrolled it through that first set. Nothing that Indiana or Holly can do about it. You just feel that nothing's quite working. They seem to have the answers to everything. I think that was even a pretty good return, and she sort of managed to string it down the line just inside the inside tram line.
Is there anything in particular, any weakness that you can spot that Staff and Spink need to think about targeting, or is it just a case of holding on in there in the second set? Staff knows all about that. She had very long singles matches all the way to the semi-finals. Battling through each game as it comes, and then just trying to get to some point where you have an opportunity.
Basically, yeah. It doesn't seem like... I don't get the impression that they have a really clear game plan out there. I don't feel like they know how they're winning their points, whereas you kind of get the feeling that Emily and Lily know what their tasks are out there. You sort of, Lily's for the solid from the baseline, and Emily's the one setting Lily up at the net. So they've got a kind of clear idea about what they're doing. I think they sort of need to stick to something and try and implement it, because at the moment it's just sort of a little bit all over the place, and nothing's really hurting Emily and Lily, and I don't see how that's going to change around otherwise.
Well, they have to change it now because we're at the start of the second set.
It's a good point to start the set. You feel like maybe the net play needs to get involved a little bit more. They're not winning too many of the baseline rallies. They might need to take a few more chances and be a bit brave. It's the right move though. As much as she'll be annoyed that she missed it, I think that's something that they're going to have to try and do a lot more of. Otherwise that happens.
Yeah, they don't want to get involved in rallies that are longer. Teenagers trying to win their title here.
That's more like it.
So it's they seem to know what they need to do. It's just the execution.
It obviously helps a lot when your partner's making a lot more first serves, sort of 3 or 4 first serves in this game. It makes it easier for the net player to get involved a little bit more. Not quite sure what she was trying to do with that forehand. You caught in between two minds, I think. Should I be aggressive or should I just make it? And in the end, just float it out the back of the court.
Unfortunately, sets up a break point. And again, as you said, just very quickly, it does seem to have disappeared from the teenagers. Miyazaki and Appleton with a break at the start of the second set, and they are already 4-1 up from the first set.
Just doesn't seem like they know really what to do when they're in those baseline rallies. Like earlier, I think that they're just trying to go bigger and bigger, and it's just not working because Emily and Lily are so used to that pace. It's just pretty comfortable for them. So I'm not sure whether they're going to have to try and throw in a few higher balls, try and come forward a little bit more, but they just need to change something. But it's going to be a lot easier said than done if Emily keeps throwing in aces like that.
The aces here all go into a pot. Well, not the aces, obviously, but the money from the aces all go into a pot for charity, which I think that will be the 505th ace of this competition. And with £25 per ace going to street games. That's £12,625 that has been raised over the last week of competition in singles and doubles, which is excellent news. The tournament being put on in order to raise money for the players to earn money, who can earn money, but also raising money for various charities, a lot of whom also are having a difficult time at the moment.
Ouch.
A very welcome double fault.
Yeah.
Gives them a little bit of a chance, a slight glimmer of hope in this game to get that break back. Great play by Holly there. Great forehand and smart use of that down the line shot. Lily wasn't ready for it, and now they've got 2 break back points.
Slightly bizarre serve.
Game. Spin staff.
That
Game all. Second set.
hands the break to the 17-year-olds. So it is back on serve in this second set, 1 game all. And at least they're having fun, enjoying the competition out here, these two. Holly Staff now to serve.
That's 15 love.
Just a couple of errors creeping back into the game of Emily and Lily, helping Indiana and Holly out here a little bit. And those will certainly help.
They seem to have relaxed a little bit. Maybe that's what's helping them out.
I think so. Anytime you can play relaxed tennis, you always tend to play a lot better. It's just trying to maintain that.
Oh,
I think that was a close
that
call.
was very close. Important for Spink and Staff to hold on to their service here at the start of the second set early on.
Game. Spink Staff. Spink Staff lead by 2 games to 1 second set.
Great point from the 2 teenagers there. You don't want to get into a baseline rally with Lily Miyazaki, do you? But they managed to finish that one off, and they go ahead for the first time in the competition.
Like you said, that was a great point from the girls. It was a lot more controlled. I think there was a lot of controlled aggression in that point. You know, she was happy rallying cross court, but then when the opportunity arose, she switched it down the line so nicely. Like you said, I don't think they can, you know, get into cross court rallies too many times, but there has to be something that changes it, and you know, she changed it so well down the line. It's something they can really look to do a little bit more. It's that short volley again.
15 love.
Appleton is excellent at those volleys at the net, isn't she? Just stopping the game dead.
You almost think that the net play, just anytime she sees it, they just have to start running cross court, even if it doesn't go there. Again, there's that down the line shot. Staff is using it so well, just so calm and giving herself big margins.
What can you do?
30 all.
Start running. Anytime you see Emily move the net, just start running.
I'm not sure anyone's ever going to get to that.
Do you know what? I think she wasn't that far off, you know.
Holly Staff wasn't yet.
I think if
she
she
had
just-
gone, hadn't she?
Yeah, she just
She made
set
the
off a
move.
fraction sooner. I think she might have been able to get a racket on it.
Oh.
It's got a little bit carried away on that forehand. But you feel like they're actually trying to do more the right thing out there. They're mixing it up a little bit more, giving Lily and Emily different looks. Great play.
Lovely shot.
Yes. Sided point, receiver's choice.
Now it's going to be a tough choice as to
They're having the
takes-
discussion what to do, receiver's choice on who's going to receive this serve from Lily Miyazaki, top seed at this competition in both the singles and the doubles. They've gone for
Indiana.
Spink.
It's game, Appleton, Miyazaki.
I think the less said about that, the better.
Second set.
I think that would be the frustrating part for them. They did so well to get back into the game, and then just to hand it away with just a sloppy forehand error. Not even off the best serve either. Didn't even give themselves a chance. Will be a little bit frustrating for them.
This is the women's doubles final, fast four format. The LTA British Tour, the final week of their return to elite competition.
It's love 15.
We now know who the men's doubles final will be between. It is Prashanth and Sharon, who have come through the top seeds, and they will play Peniston and Stevenson. That final will follow this one on centre court.
Hold. Dead second serve.
It's the right shot to go for, but I don't think she had to quite cut it as fine as she did. I think she had a little bit more space than she realised.
15-30.
Appleton and Miyazaki, they are a great combination, aren't they, when they're both on form like this?
It's a perfect blend of Appleton has the power and Lily has the finesse as well. As you can see, they knew that was a pretty important point.
Well played
30.
by the teenagers to make sure they get back into their service game.
It's nice to see Spink actually come forward on a ground stroke rather than just being happy rallying from the baseline. Put a little bit more pressure on your opponents.
Out 40-30.
How much of a difference does the little racket tap as it is now rather than the fist pump
Not
make?
Not too much, I don't think. There can be a few too many fist pumps out on the court, I think sometimes.
Spink stuff.
It's a great couple of points by the two teenagers. It was nice to see them move forward and be a little bit more aggressive. It helps bring the net player into play a little bit. And you can see Holly was all over the net and made it an easier volley so she could just knock it off.
Important hold of serve for the teenagers, Indiana Spink and Holly Staff, who are unseeded in this competition. They've come through after a tough couple of rounds to this final in week 4 of the LTA British Tour, and their opponents are the top seeds, Miyazaki and Appleton.
Guaranteed at least the tiebreak as well. Means this game they can have maybe a bit of a free swing. Or not.
Fast 4 format, so if we get to 3-all, then we will have a tiebreak, the usual tiebreak of first to 7 points. Emily Appleton just making sure that ball is properly behind them so they don't trip over. No ball kids here at the National Tennis Centre, no line judges. The umpires are calling the lines and the players are retrieving the balls themselves. Suddenly got a little bit dark overhead. Don't think we're expecting any more rain today.
Oh, I don't know, it's starting to look a lot greyer from both sides.
We've been quite lucky with the rain falling on match points previously, just as matches have finished, so hopefully if it's going to rain it will do the same again now. Staff scrabbling around, and Miyazaki actually doing well not to take her eye off the ball when her opponents were scrambling.
Can be tricky when your opponent's almost on the floor. You're not sure whether to look at the ball or if your opponent's okay, but she did well. Trying out I formation as well for the first time. Nice to see that mix
Does that mean they're getting a bit confident now?
Well,
Trying something else?
yeah, maybe. It's nice to see it though. First change up we've seen. Maybe deciding it's only a one-time thing.
Brief change of pace.
Short but sweet. Keep that 100% record going.
3 games all then,
Games all. Second set, tie break.
which means, as you just heard from our umpire, Jacob Miles, we will have a tie break in this second set of the women's doubles final. Staff with a little scream, because that was an excellent rally to start off that tiebreak.
It was. I thought they had chances to just take that first point. A couple of volleys they could have put away. Instead, they gave away that sloppy error, and Lily and Emily already have that mini break. It's a nice move from Emily. I know she didn't touch the ball, but just made the court a little bit smaller, just shifted a little bit more to the middle of the court. And Indiana felt like she really had to do a lot more and pushed it long.
Oh, great touch at the net. Lovely rally. And it is that knowing where everybody else is, isn't it, on the court, where your partner is the whole time.
Absolutely. I don't think they thought that Emily would get that volley back. It almost looked like it came off her racket about 5 times before it went over the net, but somehow she managed to get it over, and Lily did the hard work and put the volley away and raced to a 3-love lead already in this tie break.
For the teenagers, we were saying this is all a great experience for them, and they've got the former Fed Cup captain Judy Murray watching on at the side of the court. She's just arrived at the National Tennis Centre ready for the Battle of the Brits. She's one of the team captains, but it's just good for the players to have those eyes on them.
I think we have current Fed Cup captain as well, Anki Othapong out there, who's also a team captain, so they'll be watching on and they'll be pretty impressed with how this tiebreak is going from Emily and Lily so far.
That's another part of why this competition is being played, so that these teenagers, Spink and staff, can get the experience, can get to talk to the people that are here and learn from everybody around them. So, yeah, you're right, 2 Fed Cup captains there. And for tennis fans, it's great to see live action again. There we go. Judy Murray and Anki Othapong, 2 metres apart, very sensibly. Watching on, seeing what these young players can do.
And then ahead of next week, where there'll be arch rivals, team captains on opposing
Opposite
teams.
sides, Union Jacks and British Bulldog captains.
They won't be friends anymore.
Well, there's a lot of work to do for these 2 young players. 5-1 down in the tiebreak. At this point, they just have to go for broke, really, don't they?
They do a little bit, but just keep focusing at one point at a time. Try not to think about the score. They obviously realise 5-2 sounds like a big lead, but if they can just get it back, hold these 2 service points, all of a sudden it's 5-4 and 1 break of their serve. You know, they're back in this. Such a shame. It's the right shot to go for.
She was so close. She knows she was so close. Oh dear, and that does bring up match points for Appleton and Miyazaki.
Thought they were going to run into each other there. I don't think they were saying who's going to take it, but Spink finally took it and put it away nicely.
Well, one of them saved, and they're still smiling, which is good to see in this final.
As the drizzle comes down.
I told you the rain starts on match point every single time.
It has actually, I think it's about 3 times it's happened today so far.
But it's right at the end of the match. Perfect timing. This might not be the end of the match though. 6-4 tiebreak, still match points for Appleton and Miyazaki.
Vaults.
Oh, great defensive work from Holly Staff.
6-5.
Where did that come from?
Appleton, Miyazaki.
She did so well defending those backhands. I think one of them was pretty much almost behind her when she hit it. That one. And then this backhand on
And
the
then
run.
that shot. Well, they're saving match points here. There's 1 left at the moment for Appleton and Miyazaki. 3 have gone.
Vaults.
Oh,
Game, set, match. Appleton, Miyazaki. By 2 sets to love. 4-1, 4-3.
that is it for the women's doubles final. As we just heard, 4-1, 4-3. The top seeds, Appleton and Miyazaki, have beaten the 2 17-year-olds, Spink and Staff, 4-1, 4-3. Given a proper go in the tiebreak in the second set, but just too strong, the 2 top seeds. So a second title today for Lily Miyazaki. She's already won the women's singles title. She now takes the women's doubles title as well, alongside Emily Appleton at the LTA British Tour. Return to elite competition in week 4, and that's their second doubles title in the last 4 weeks. So they've had a successful return to competition. Miyazaki and Appleton are the winners of this doubles competition.
I think they'll be pretty happy with their day's work, especially Lily. 2 titles in the bag. And I believe that they are unbeaten as a pair in this British Tour swing. 2 out of 2 titles, so quite the formidable pair. It'll be interesting to see who else can stop them in these future events they've got coming up. But a good day for Indiana Spink and Holly Staff. Good couple of matches they came through and just came up slightly short in that final. But again, good experience for them playing against quality players like Emily Appleton and Lily Miyazaki.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for our women's doubles, our runners-up, Indiana Spink and Holly Staff. And ladies and gentlemen, winning their second doubles title here on the British Tour, Lily Miyazaki and Emily Appleton.
Congratulations, Emily, a second title in this 4-week swing that we've had here at the LTA British Tour. What is it about your partnership that works so well?
I think we have a really good friendship, so we get along really well and we have a lot of fun on the court, and I think that's the most important thing when you're playing doubles, is to have a great bond with your partner and just have some fun.
It looked like you were having fun. How hard was that match, despite the scoreline maybe looking relatively easy in the first set?
No, it was pretty hard. The wind was swirling a little bit, it started to rain at the end, and they were a good team and they put up a good fight, so yeah, it was a good final.
How important has it been for you to compete here? You've won 2 titles, obviously, which is fantastic. But in terms of getting back into competition, how important has this been for you?
It's been amazing. I mean, I can't credit everyone involved enough. Just being able to play matches all the time and get a lot of wins under our belt, it gives us confidence, and it also gives us matches that we haven't had in the last 4 months.
Thank you. Congratulations, Emily. If we get Lillian, we've spoken quite a lot in the last few days, haven't we? A second title today for you, winning the singles and also the doubles. How are you feeling, first of all?
I'm actually not feeling too bad. I mean, I've been here since 8:30 this morning to warm up, but I mean, all the matches I've played haven't been too long today, so yeah, physically I feel fine.
Well, that is one of your strengths, having played all of the doubles draw today and also the singles final. You haven't dropped many games during the last week. Have you felt that you've been absolutely on top of your game, or do you feel there's still a lot more that you're trying to get back to that top position that you were in at the end of March?
I think with each match I definitely feel like I'm finding my level a bit more. I think this week I was coming in as a #1 seed in singles and doubles, so I think today we were kind of expected to win, and I think we were able to do that well. So, yeah.
You were obviously, I presume, quite disappointed from what happened in the middle of March. You were winning titles at that point. How hard has it been for you over the last few months?
I mean, it's the same for everyone, I guess. So I've just tried to keep my head down, try and work on my game as much as possible, so that I'll be ready when the tour resumes again. 3
titles in the last 4 weeks is excellent. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's Lily Miyazaki and Emily Appleton, the women's doubles title winners at the LTA British Tour Return to Elite Competition Week 4. In a few moments on centre court we will have the men's doubles final, Vijay Prashanth and Divid Sharan, and they are playing Ryan Peniston and David Stevenson. That men's doubles final in a moment. Lovely, thank you very much.
Welcome back to the NTC, the National Tennis Centre in Roehampton, southwest London, and to the final event of this final week of this initial swing of British Tour events. And this is the men's doubles final in the LTA Fast Four format. The first to 4 games takes the set. If they're at 3-all, they'll then play a tie-break. At 1 set all, it goes to a match tie-break. So there's a lot of changing around. The complexion of a match can change very quickly indeed. So in this final, this end, we have the Indian pairing, the number 1 seeds of Divish Sharan and Vijay Sundar Prashanth. Vijay, he's got a little more colourful now since he was in all black in his quarter-final. A really good pairing. Divish, the left-hander here nearest the camera. Came through a very tough semi-final just now against Finn Merget and James Story, 3-4, 4-1, 10-5. So coming back from a set down in that semi-final. I'm Rob Curling. Alongside me, Anna Smith, still in position, Fed Cup player, doubles specialist, being able to give us all the insight into the tactics on the doubles course as we look at Ryan Peniston, the other left-hander on there today. Good afternoon, Anna. This, I think, is going to have a very different feel to it from the women's final we've just seen.
I think so. I'm hoping we see a little bit more net action, which I know we will from the Indian pairing. There's a lot of serve and volley going on. But it'll be interesting to see how their opponents can kind of disrupt that and counteract what they're bringing to the court.
Yes, indeed. David Stevenson, 21 years old, from Baldock in Hertfordshire in our picture there. But they combined very well in their match a little earlier that we were watching. Ryan Peniston, he's a very useful player. He gets around the court. His net play is very impressive.
He is very, as you can see here, his volleys look really good. Looks very comfortable at the net. And he's also very quick and solid from the baseline as well, so he's going to be tricky to get past. And David Stevenson is a pretty tall guy as well.
Scott Noble, sorry, he's had an S on his name all week. He's actually Scott Noble. He's a chair umpire. And his eyes are going to have to be as wide as they can be, because there is going to be a lot of line peppering from these players today. And it's down to the umpires to call the lines here. And looking at the far sidelines, very difficult from the chair. So good luck to Scott Noble in this final match of the week here. Yeah, sorry, just talking about Ryan Peniston and how useful a player he is. And he had a great shot in Battle of the Brits a couple of weeks back, 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, I watched him play a couple of times, and that's the first time I'd ever seen him play. I've seen him train here a few times, but the first time in a match, and I was really impressed with how he covered the court. I think he had great ground strokes, was able to kind of come to the net as well, and I think he just has a really nice all-round game. I think it's just finding ways to keep improving. Obviously, he's not necessarily the tallest guy, but he's using other strength, his movement and things like that. So it's very interesting, and I really enjoyed watching him play.
Yeah, plays with a smile on his face too, which is always nice. Yeah, it's nice to see a player enjoying his game.
2 fast 4 sets and a 10-point match tie-break at 1 set all. To the left of the chair, Vijay Sundar Prashanth, Divish Sharan. To the right of the chair, Ryan Peniston, David Stevenson. Prashanth Sharan won the toss and chose to serve.
Well, I suspect it might be Vijay who serves. This man's serve, impressive as it is more about slice than power.
From what we saw in that previous match, he just likes to use that lefty slice, whether he's sliding it down the tee on the due side or sliding it out wide on the ad side. It's not necessarily the biggest serve, but it can be pretty successful when you're getting it sliding away from your opponent.
1 minute.
Yeah, interesting. Got a left-hander on the other side of the net as well. So both these teams are left-right combination. How would you set up normally if you got a lefty and a righty? Would you always put the left-hander in the ad court, the righty in the deuce court?
Not necessarily. Again, it really depends on who feels strongest on what wing. But also you have to bear in mind that if you put the lefty on the ad side and the righty on the right-hand side, if you're at the net, both your backhand volleys will be in the middle of the court. So for me, I always found that I preferred crossing with my forehand volley, so that's something also to take into consideration. It does make it a little bit easier, but again, it very much depends on what players feel comfortable with, but I'd almost want to see the lefty on the juice side and the righty on the ad, so they can run around and hit forehands as well.
And when in a match can you change that formation? When you are legitimately allowed to do that?
Just at the end of the first set, you're able to change up. Obviously, if things are going horribly wrong, you can mix it up, as well as obviously changing the person who serves first in that set. So, you know, there's no harm in starting a certain way. Obviously, pairs will have their sort of set thing, and they'll know what works for them. There's obviously potential to change it up depending on who they're playing against, but most pairs will say, this is my side of the court that I like playing on. And then it's sort of just having that discussion between the pair as to what works best for you guys.
That's interesting stuff. Inside information from a Fed Cup doubles specialist here in Anna Smith. Slightly nervy time for Anna Smith, who's a Manchester United fan, and it's the final day of the season today. I think her mind might be elsewhere.
This is probably a good thing for me, because otherwise I'd be nervously watching the TV. So I haven't looked at my phone yet to see the score, so I'm going to attempt to wait until I get home. But this is good for me to be watching this instead.
Of course. And as I said, it's Divish to serve first. Nice, solid first point from the Indian pairing.
Looks like there was a little bit more pace on that first serve from what we saw earlier. Maybe it's just taking them a couple of matches to warm up.
Could well be. And let's see if this is a slider out wide. Serving to the right-hander, so we've gone for an I formation for the second serve. That little plan didn't quite come off.
Not quite. It's always interesting when they go for I on that second serve. It's tricky unless you have a big second serve. The returner tends to be able to get a bit of a look, and you saw there he got it to Divish's feet, and they were in control after that.
15-all. First game of this men's doubles final. VJ straight back at the feet of David Stevenson. Not much he could have done about that.
How close he is to the net. You can almost think that his racket's over the top of the net, but the reactions these guys have are lightning quick. And
if it is over the top of the net and you don't touch the net, is that still an illegal shot?
You're going to quote me on the rules here, and I'm not. I don't want to get it wrong, but I'm fairly certain that if your racket's over the other side of the net and you hit the ball, that is illegal.
Yes.
But if you hit the ball and then it finishes, I'm fairly certain that that's allowed.
As long as you don't make contact.
Yeah, on the opponent's side of the net.
Sure.
But again, that's a tough one to call
Sorry.
for the umpire when they don't.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
Don't have a TV.
Oh, that's a terrific return. Bending it in. David Stevenson, almost round the corner of the net post.
Cut off the angle so nicely. You can see he managed to move forward into that rather than waiting for it to keep going away.
And play David Stevenson. Just wide, I think.
I think he made it.
Did he really? Good thing I'm not in that number's chair. There'll be all sorts of complaints.
Yeah, I have to say I agreed with you, but not.
Well, there's no query or protest from the Indians, I don't think. Or maybe.
I think the rain might have made another appearance.
Yeah, there was a little conversation between players and umpire just a few moments ago. So it looks like there might be a little break in play. Hopefully, everyone will stay on court and it won't be a lengthy interruption. We've had this a few times over the past few weeks. Yesterday, in fact, we had to play the second of the men's semi-finals indoors. It was Henry Patton against Barnaby Smith. Heck of a match it was too. We also saw a similar scenario in week 2 when Cam Norrie was forced to play his opening match indoors. But predominantly, we've managed to stay outside despite everything that the British summer tries to chuck at us. What are your favourite conditions to play in? I mean, are you an outdoor player or are you happy indoors?
Give me an indoor court any day of the week.
Is that right? Now,
yeah.
Why is that?
Unless it's a grass court, then I'm happy on an outdoor grass court, but I'm not a huge fan of this wind, I have to say, and I don't like the cold. So for me, playing outdoor, I know, I'm a wimp. So playing outdoors in slightly chilly, blustery conditions are probably my least favourite.
But it is an outdoor sport, and so part of playing any outdoor sport is coping with the conditions.
Very true, but the good thing about the tour is that we tend to follow the sun, so it's not too often that we have to play in chilly conditions, but...
No, you follow the sun until it's time for the British swing, and then anything can happen.
Absolutely. It tends to either be absolutely gorgeous or pretty drizzling cold, not much in between.
Yes, I think, was it Nottingham a few years ago? 2 or 3 years ago?
I think it was last year.
Was it last year?
Yeah, because I actually worked at the tournament. And
Did you?
Yeah, I was injured. It was after one of my surgeries, and I actually worked at the players' desk just to try something different. And we pretty much got rained out the whole week. I think we managed to maybe play the finals outdoors, but pretty much every other match we played had to be indoors. It was, I've never seen a week like it on any tournament that I've ever played. And I just felt so sorry for all the people who would normally come to watch, because a lot of people come to Nottingham, but it was a complete whitewash, and I'm pretty sure they pretty much only got to play the final. I think it was Caroline Garcia against Donna Vekic.
Spot on. Well remembered. Goodness me. Yeah, what a shocker. And I mean, in many ways, that was a bit like a rehearsal for playing behind closed doors, because there was you couldn't get a crowd indoors, obviously, for the indoor play. That is what most of that week turned out to be. Of course, here, as I was saying, if the rain does persist, we do have the option of just moving a few yards away indoors once we've set up the technical equipment, such as TV cameras. But it is brightening up. I suppose that's one of the advantages of having a brisk wind, as it will blow the weather through fairly quickly.
It actually looks a lot brighter from where we're sat compared to what the cameras are showing.
Yes.
But it does seem that the rain has died down a little bit, but it'll take a little while for the lines to get dry. That's normally the most dangerous part. As you can see, the umpire is just double checking, but they look to be okay.
Yes, might have to get the towels out to wipe down the lines, but maybe we won't even need to do that. Things are looking hopeful, very promising. Looks like there's no further interruption, no need to wipe down those lines. So it's going to be Divish to serve at 30-40 then on resumption here.
30-40.
And the wind picks up yet again.
Perfect conditions to serve on a break point in.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure here for Divish Sharan.
Yeah, I know.
don't know whether the rain started. I think the rain has started again.
That gust of wind must have blown some more water in. He's just not terribly happy maybe about the slipperiness around the baseline there.
It looks a little
Yeah, they're
bit
coming off.
heavier.
Yeah, they're going to have to dry those lines. You think it's raining as well?
Yeah, from what I can see, it's just that annoying drizzle sort of hangs on the lines and makes it slippery. The rest of the court probably isn't too bad, but those lines can be really dangerous when they get a little bit wet.
Yeah, obviously player safety is paramount here. Okay, well I think we might be about to get underway as I hear a seagull in the distance. That's probably been blown in against its wishes in this very strong wind that is coming up from the southwest, I think.
Those look like pretty big raindrops.
It's not looking perfect for next week either for the Battle of the Brits team tennis. Could be one or two interruptions for rain there, I think. Okay, everyone's happy to get back underway. That's great news. So it's 30-40 with Divish Sharan on serve in this opening game of this men's fast forward doubles final. Nicely put away by Vijay. So a reminder here, you may have heard the umpire deuce deciding point receiver's choice. So the receiving team deciding which side they want to face this final game point. No advantage being played. Ryan Peniston opting, I think, to receive. Oh. He may have regretted that decision.
It's a good serve and the perfect example of how I formation works. If you go to the correct side that the returner has returned on, it's a pretty easy volley to put away.
Yeah, Vijay looks very comfortable at the net, doesn't he? They have some pedigree, that Indian pairing. Vijay, I think, caught the eye back in 2015 when he beat fellow Indian player, Davis Cup player Yuki Bambri. I don't know if you remember him. He was a top 100 player. And from that moment on,
David Stevenson to serve.
Vijay has been impressing on the tennis court. David Stevenson to serve, that love one. Nicely dealt with by Ryan Peniston. He's very light on his feet, isn't he?
Very quick, you can see here. Very bouncy, so ready for that. First volley was tricky, it was right at his body. Did well to deal with it. Then moves forward nicely and knocks off that forehand volley.
Catch. 40 love. Game, Peniston, Stevenson. One game all, first set.
Really nice serve from Stevenson. Very good serving all round in that game. That's Really nice way to hold and get onto the scoreboard, not having to put too much effort. So it's going to be Vijay Prashanth.
Vijay Sundar Prashanth to serve. Pass.
Oh, that's tremendous lob. In these conditions, to hit from that far back and be successful, it's a pretty good effort.
Such a smartly constructed point as well. He didn't try and go for too much. Just went smartly down the middle. And then he managed to dig that lob out. And I did just inside the baseline.
Well, it's gone.
30-15.
Sense that Vijay really should have put that one away at the net.
Yeah, I think he forgot that he was trying to hit it over such a tall guy. Normally that probably would have worked, but Stevenson is a pretty tall guy, as you can see.
Yeah. (30-15), 1-all.
Pass.
That was just wide.
40-15. I saw that.
Yeah, it's such a difficult one for the umpire to call. I mean, he was looking right down the line, David Stevenson, of course. There is no way that that is going to be overturned. You can complain all you like.
I'm not sure that it was well inside the line like they're trying to claim, but it might have caught a piece of the line.
It could have done. I think it's a fair call from the umpire. All he can do is call it as he sees it. I think you have to cut the umpires a bit of slack here. Oh, that's a terrific return. This is what Ryan Peniston does. He seems to be able to create angles out of nowhere.
He's just got this uncanny way of being able to maneuver the ball and kind of use that wrist flick at the end, like you saw there, to just create these angles that almost looked impossible.
Good play from Stevenson.
Deciding point, receiver's choice.
It's another good example, though, of the way that Peniston can just put the ball in awkward places, just putting it where the volleyer doesn't want to. You saw Divic having to try and pick up an awkward half volley that gave Stevenson the chance to attack on that short forehand.
It's going to be Peniston to receive on game point.
Big chance here with a look at the second serve.
Absolutely.
Let's second serve.
Little squeaky. overzealous.
Prashant Charan.
Peniston just
Prashant
getting a bit
Charan
carried
lead 2
away.
games to 1, first set.
So the Indian pairing holding just by the narrowest of margins. Do you think they feel any pressure as the #1 seeds?
I wouldn't say so, because they know that all the teams competing are good teams, so they're going to have tough matches. So I think they're just going to be focused on trying to get as many matches under their belt and trying to put their game on the court and work out any of that match rustiness that they might have. I think it'll be a good run out against Peniston and Stevenson. They obviously bring a lot to the court, so Divic and VJ are going to have to be on top form to take the title here.
Yes, indeed. So Peniston, 24 years old. Last year was his first full year on tour, and he was really hoping to develop it in 2020. That's been a bit frustrated by obvious reasons. That's a good return.
It's one of those enticing returns
Yes.
where you saw the net play sort of like, oh, I think I can reach it, I think I can reach it, but oh no, couldn't quite.
Was that why VJ put it there, do you think? Was that in his mind?
Probably not, to be honest. I think he was trying to get it back cross court and maybe just took it not quite where he wanted to.
15-0.
It's one of the few ones down to the feet that Peniston is unable to dig out and make something happen with.
That's the problem with playing I formation on a second serve. It can be tricky if you don't necessarily have the biggest second serve. Your opponent can get on top of it, and you're having to play one of those horrible sort of half volley things at your feet.
Just wide.
It's a really nice serve. The lefty, of course, getting that slice out wide. Maybe that's where it went slightly wrong for Divas, just getting a little too much on that angle. So 30 all. That's quite near to Stevenson's head. Oh, yes. He had the almost the entire court at his mercy there, Ryan Peniston.
So calm and composed. Did well with that first one to get it back. And then was just able to nudge that volley off into the open space.
Oh, that would have been a lovely one had it come off. And that's the big point, of course. So we're at deuce, receiver's choice, and it looks like Divic Charan has elected to receive. Whoever wins this point wins the game. And I'd say it's pretty critical that this pairing get this point to square the match at 2-all. First to 4 wins the set.
Game.
They've done it.
Peniston Stevenson. 2 games all, first set.
He's a very dominant presence at the net, isn't he, David Stevenson?
I was just thinking that when you saw him at the net trying to get that volley, I didn't think there was too much space to get it past him either way. And he just takes one step forward, and he's got such a big wingspan.
He's another one who's at university in the US. So Divish Sharan to serve at 2-all. Oh, well, he got a racket on it. It wasn't that far away in the end.
I think he'll be almost annoyed at himself that he didn't make it. I thought he was going to have to run and take cover, but he almost ended up getting it back for a winner.
Pretty good effort. It did look like the wrong place to be on the court at that stage, but I guess they were committed by that stage.
Sometimes you just got to stand up there and just take it.
Well. Going to take a bit of retrieving that ball. Someone's on their way already. Winning pair from this match will take home £900 of prize money. Runners up £500. Very gratefully received. He thinks he touched the net? Didn't think it was that near the net.
I'm not sure. I don't think he did.
We're all looking a little bit bemused, including Scott Noble.
They obviously heard something, but I'm not quite sure it was the net tape. Might have just been that it came off the frame, so it sounded a little bit different.
Super rally. How do you develop that racket speed, that reaction speed?
Purely practice. You just have to keep doing it over and over again. I'm not sure you practiced the little gallops that he did as well, but it was a nice touch.
Yeah, very effective. 40-15. Bright sunshine again now. Actually, I should just keep quiet, really, shouldn't I?
We'll be blaming you if those dark clouds come looming again.
Oh, good play. Real thumping return from Peniston, and that helped David Stevenson to move in, kill it off.
It's an impressive half volley as well. I didn't think he was going to get that back over the net, and he did really well to kind of keep it remotely low as well, but David Stevenson was just all over that net.
Great return from Stevenson. Yes. We've seen him do that a few times.
Deciding point, receiver's choice.
Backhand down the line has worked very, very well. I think it's probably going to be Peniston to receive on this game point. This could be a very useful break point for the Brits. Could be quite a costly one for the Indian pairing.
Again, I wish that first serve had
Well,
gone in so
well,
that it would have
see
been a
what happened
winner.
with the return. I think maybe they were quite glad it wasn't.
Prashant Charan leads 3 games to 2 first sets.
Catches me out every time, that sudden death at deuce. But the Indian pairing holding on there. I think it was quite crucial that they did as well. Because their two opponents, both of them have very good service games.
I think Ryan's going to be a little bit annoyed. He's had a couple of break points and he's missed every single return. Hasn't even made them play.
So if we get to 3-all, it'll be a tiebreak to 7. If it goes 4-2, that is the set in favour of Prashanth and Shara. Really good return from Vijay, forcing Stevenson wide and creating that gap for Divij just to finish off very comfortably. Quite interested to see a speed gun on the Stevenson serve. Where do you think he'll be at? I do ask you some difficult questions.
I know, I'm just glad the predictions haven't come out today again. Do you know what? I'm
You
not.
reminded me.
That was so stupid of me. I'm not actually too sure. I think it might be. I'd probably say late 110s, maybe early 120s. Still think he's probably got a little bit more in the locker that he hasn't quite brought out just yet.
Just outside. Ah, that's very costly indeed. Staring down the barrel of a love 40 here at potential set point, 3 set points. That one came back beautifully for Peniston, didn't it? Had it not been a let. That's a cracking serve. Still some work to do here to save this set for the British pairing, Peniston and Stevenson. Well, it's a really good first set for the Indian pairing. Stevenson, a little unfortunate, he got a really nice bit of a kick on that second serve, but it wasn't much use in the end. So Divij Sharan on the right of the frame, Vijay Sundar Prasanth on the left. The number 1 seeds are a set to the good. That's a little more comfortable than I thought it would be for the Indian pair.
Yeah, it was a little bit. I thought, especially in that last game, they showed their doubles prowess, should I say. I think the way they were just a lot more solid on the returns and just made them play a lot more rather than just giving away a few free points. And I think they realised that that was obviously a crucial point, and you know the first 2 returns were brilliant. So it's just about playing smart, I think, when it gets to those crucial stages of matches, and that's what they did there.
So Vijay Prasanth to serve. Second set underway. Goodness me. He saw that one coming. He seemed to see that so early.
I think it was quite good that he did, because if Brian had gone cross court, I think both of them had gone to the same side of the court, so no one would have been covering, but he did so well to put that volley away.
Yeah, frustration for him. Well, that serve took everyone by surprise. I think that was very well disguised. Bit of a nothing second shot from VJ.
Looked like he had a little bit of pace on that first serve, and it was just in Ryan's slot to hit. So it made it have a tricky second volley, and he missed out.
Oh no!
40-15.
Peniston did so well to get that one up off the ground. We've seen him do that so often. Oh, so near.
First game, second sets.
It's looking a little tricky out there for Stevenson and Peniston at the moment. They haven't won a game since midway through that first set, and they will really want to be stopping the rock as soon as they possibly can, because it starts to get to feel a little uncomfortable after a time.
Especially in this format as well. They're only 3 games away from the match, and if they get a break here, they're going to be feeling a lot more pressure. So it's crucial that they manage to somehow find a way to hold this first game. I'm not sure whether they're going to change it up, or looks like David's going to start serving again. Crucial that he gets a lot of first serves in this game, and Brian helps him out by moving a little bit more at the net.
So Love one, a set down, Stevenson to serve. It's not the start they wanted.
You feel that the Indian pairing have found their rhythm on the returns a little bit. They're sort of being able to dip it to their feet a lot more, and it means that Divic is able to sort of just fly swat the balls away when he's on top of the net like that.
David Stevenson has a problem with these ball tosses being thrown straight into that bright sunshine.
I think that's the second hit that he's taken today. This one probably slightly less painful than the one earlier on.
Yes. Oh, it's hardly needs to be said what an appalling waste that is.
I think it may be more to do with the pressure that Vijay's putting on Stevenson, the way he's getting those returns straight at his feet, feeling like he has to do just a little bit more with that second serve and forcing that double fault.
Oh, that's such a shame. But how on earth does Divij steer the ball in the way he does?
That was an unbelievable reach. Gets it down to his feet. It's just so smart that you can see that they're not trying to do too much with the ball. They're not trying to out hit them. They're just sort of dinking it around and putting it in really awkward places that it's so hard to do anything with.
Stephen managed to pull out something special here. Ah, it's a terrific smash.
30-40.
Not in the easiest part of the court either. He was having to backpedal a little bit. He was well off the ground when he took it too. Still break point.
It's a much better first serve. He actually managed to find a spot and get it into the body.
Yeah, he needs to do similar again here and do something pretty special, because the next point wins the game, remember?
Yeah. I go here. Yeah, sure.
Looks like he's going to be serving to Divij.
Go here. Yes. Maybe here. Yes.
Oh, that's absolutely sublime. Just their plan just didn't quite come off. Peniston, it was the previous shot that he just didn't get as much on as he needed. Didn't get the depth.
I thought they'd done pretty well to sort of defend, and then Divij managed to throw up that great lob, get Ryan on the back foot, and Vijay was just so cool, calm and collected when he just bunted it down the line and found the space.
They do make it look easy, these two, don't they? Goodness.
They're so relaxed that nothing flusters them.
Oh, no, no. No, they really need to settle down, these two. They know that time is running out with the scoring system. Potentially 2 games away from defeat here.
It looks like they're struggling to know what to do. I think Vijay and Divij have sort of just gone up another level in terms of volleying, and especially on the return. I think they're getting a lot closer in all of the return games that they're playing, and invariably getting the break.
Oh no, is that on the line?
It does look like it just dropped in.
That's a pretty cruel blow, isn't it?
He's going to be annoyed he left that one right on his racket.
Yeah, a little perplexed here. How do they get through this really difficult patch? Well played. That's quite audacious from Ryan Peniston. I wasn't sure the tactics were at all right there, but it's paid off.
Very casual, wasn't it? Just a sort of little flick of the wrist, and somehow managed to find the line.
I'm not sure what that was. Well, they both seem to be trying this lob thing.
I think they're trying to take away the net player out of the game, and it's a smart thing to do. But unless you're actually lobbing it a lot deeper, Divic had a volley there, so he's not under too much pressure.
So it's a point here, 2 points for 3-love.
That's game. Prashant Sharan.
Well, that's clearly what they were trying to do.
Prashant Sharan leads 3 games to love. Second set and by 1 set to love.
Well, that's a massive lead. Just one more game, and Sharan and Prashanth will take home the trophy. Maybe Sharan in the mint green, Indian Davis Cup player. Won gold in the men's doubles at the 2018 Asian Games. As I say, they have a fair degree of experience and pedigree between them, that pair. Divic 34 years old, Vijay 33. So the pairing substantially younger. Ryan Penniston 24, David Stevenson just 21. So quite a big learning curve for this pair here. So Ryan Penniston serving then at love 3, second set, trailing by a set to love. Just cannot afford to be giving away 3 points here.
Can tell in their body language they look a little bit despondent, a little bit out of ideas.
Yeah, the previous semi-final was so different for them, wasn't it? They, sorry, in their semi-final, everything went their way. They looked very much in command, but the Indians playing on their minds and not giving them too many options here.
It's more like it's what they have to do, but they're going to have to get a few more first serves in to bring the net player into play.
Yeah, and Penniston's got quite a weapon in that first serve. We haven't really seen it put to good use. No, no, no.
15-30.
Oh, Ryan.
Second one of the game already. That's not what you need when you're trying to stay in the match.
It's one of his strengths, a serve. I mean, it's good all over the court, but it's not going his way right now. 2 points from losing this final. Well done for keeping the language clean.
15-40.
Well, amazingly, in the blink of an eye, we are at 2 match points here. He needs to pull something out of the bag with this serve. Yeah, and he has. We needed that a few points ago, Ryan Penniston. Still match point. Oh, well played. I wonder if their hearts were in their mouths.
Point, receiver's choice.
That ball just kept coming back at them.
I'm not quite sure how they managed to get away with this. I thought Divic was in control, especially with that last forehand volley. But David did so well to react so quickly.
Incredible reactions. So we are still at championship point here. This point wins the game.
Game. Penniston Stevenson.
Well, that really was a,
Prashant Sharan lead 3 games to 1, second set.
that was a narrow escape for the British pairing. Wasn't a good service game from Ryan Penniston. Just managed to get it going in the nick of time.
Don't know how they quite managed to hold on to that service game. Some great volleys, some great serving, got them out of trouble.
It did indeed. Still a lot of work to do though. 3-1 with VJ serving.
15 love.
And that's what we wanted to see from Peniston. Astonishing play. These guys are just incredible. The speed of movement, and from VJ at the net, look at this. He just gets right down. He expects all his shots to work, doesn't he?
He does. Divic was so calm on that ball. I think he thought the point was over. I don't think he thought Ryan was going to get to it.
2 points away from victory. That's a good serve from VJ. So 3 opportunities then, once again, to take this championship. That was a little generous.
I think you wanted to go out on a high.
Oh, that's too good. Well, it was a terrific effort on that return from Ryan Peniston, but he really had just too much work left to do for that pairing. So, Divic Sharan, Vijay Sundar Prashanth win through. They are the champions in this week 4 of the Fast 4 doubles. A hugely entertaining pairing. And that was a lovely way to finish off the week. Some terrific tennis out there.
It really was. I think they saved their best match for last. Progressively got better as each match went on, and it looked a formidable pairing in that sort of middle part of that first set towards the whole end of that second set. They just found an extra gear, and Peniston and Stevenson just didn't have a response.
No, they looked a little lost, didn't they, towards the middle stages of that match. The umpiring fraternity up there. This is the match point, and it's very fitting that should have just been put away so cheekily at the net by Divic. But a terrific win for the #1 seeds here. And terrific entertainment for us all as well. Lots more tennis to come from here over the coming weeks, of course. We've got the Battle of the Brits team tennis starting here tomorrow. It's all going to be streamed live on the BBC and on the LTA channels as well. And then following that, from August the 21st, more action here in the British Tour. So a lot of tennis still to come. We've got the presentation about to come up on court, and then I hope to catch a quick word with these 2 stars of the game. Looking forward to having a little chat with them. So presentation to come in a few minutes in glorious summer sunshine, unless it rains again.
Please don't jinx it. We've done so well to finish the tournament on a high and with a little bit of sun.
Yes, indeed. A huge thanks to Anna Smith for the part you've played today and over the weeks, Anna, for giving us all your insight into the game. We couldn't have done it without you.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
It's been a joy. Thank you very much indeed. So Richard Joyner there, the tournament director, just explaining what will happen. I better stop chatting and get out there, and otherwise I'm going to miss the chance to interview them.
Absolutely, it'll be interesting to hear what they've got to say. Pretty sure they'll be very pleased with their day's work.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for our final here of the day at the British Tour event at the National Tennis Centre, our runners-up, Ryan Peniston and David Stevenson. And our men's doubles champions and #1 seeds here this week, Dheeraj Sharan and Vijay Prasanth.
Vijay, many congratulations. You've given us some terrific entertainment today in your style of play. You must be delighted with the win.
Yes, of course. I mean, it's always great to win tournaments, and after coming back from 3 months of doing nothing to play a tournament and ending up victorious, it's good.
Yeah. You're the old boys of this setup here, aren't you? But you looked as light on your feet and as sharp as anybody out there.
Yeah, we try to stay deceptive with our age, old by number but young by heart and in body.
But you know each other's game so well. You play a lot together, I take it. Therefore, you know you're pretty insightful into what your playing partner is going to be doing.
Well, I've known Divid since when we were 15 or 14, so we pretty much know everything about each other. Even though I don't think I've partnered him before, I might be wrong. But yeah, we know each other's game very well. I've played against him many times, so yeah, that helps a lot.
Who usually wins that?
I think he wins that.
Well, Vijay, many congratulations. Thanks for giving us so much entertainment.
Thank
Let's
you.
just get Divid in as well and get his take on whether you think... Do you think you've ever partnered each other before, Divid?
Maybe like under 14s or under 16s we might have. Like we were like, I think, top 3, top 4 in the country together. So
that was a mighty long time ago.
Yeah.
But listen, well played here today.
Thank you.
As I was saying, you give us so much entertainment with your flair, your speed around the court, your shot making. It's just sublime.
No, it was fun. I mean, it's good to play against a lot of young talented players here. Grateful for the opportunity. We are stuck here in a way, but also lucky to be here to be able to compete and get used to playing matches, and hopefully the tour resumes soon, and we can be back on the road.
Yeah, well, you're living here now, aren't you, both of you?
Not really. I mean, I am living on the road really because I'm traveling 35-40 weeks. But I was meant to be here for training for a few weeks before the clay court season started. And then it's just, one after the other, they've had to cancel all these events, and I've been here. But my wife, she's British, so it's given me, good time to spend with her.
Yeah, Sam, we know her, of course, sitting alongside. She's
Yes.
been supporting you. And just your thoughts on this format, the LTA Fast Four format. Is it fun to play, or does it just flash by a little too quickly?
No, it's great. I mean, it keeps doubles interesting, and, they have 3 matches in a day. So I think we'd be struggling if we had to play full matches, you know. So it's great, and we've really enjoyed ourselves.
Well, many congratulations to you and to Vijay, and thanks
Thank
for
you very
giving us
much.
so much great entertainment.
Thank you.
Well played.
Thanks.
And that concludes our coverage here. It's been a brilliant 4 days of tennis, and we will have a lot more to come. The Battle of the Brits obviously starts tomorrow, so hopefully you can join us for that. Again, on the BBC Sport website, and also on the LTA's Twitter feed and on the YouTube channels. So I hope you've enjoyed our coverage here, and we look forward to you joining us tomorrow.